right. Hello, Knoxville. This is your Knoxville Beer Board, and today is Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. Welcome everyone here and those watching at home. Mr. Johnson, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Fugit.
Here.
Councilman Helsley.
Here.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Here.
Councilwoman Parker. Councilwoman Ryder.
Here.
Councilman Roberto.
Here.
Councilwoman Singh. Vice Mayor Smith.
Here.
And Councilman Thomas.
Here.
6 members present. 5 members present.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm like, I'm having trouble with math or something. I took the blame for that. Okay. Anyway, in your packet, you will see members of the Beer Board. In your packet, you will see the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from our December meeting?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Motion approved.
No, they need to vote.
Oh, we have to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. All right, we have 5 Beer Board permit. Oh, all right.
Ask me if anybody's not.
I know, it's not updated. Okay. Hold on. I'm a novice at this. Hang on. Okay. Next thing on the agenda is the public comments germane to today's agenda. Mr. Johnson, has anyone signed up?
No.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll now move on to the next item on the agenda. Today we have 5 beer permit applications, 8 addendum items, and 1 hearing. When I call the names of the businesses applying for the permit, would you please come to the podium and state your name and address clearly into the microphone for the record. Applicants who are approved pending final documentation need to bring their completed documents to the business tax office during regular business hours. Applicants that have their permit approved tonight can pick up their permit at the end of this meeting if all items are complete. Finally, as I'm chairing the meeting, other members of this body will make motions for anything in the 4th district. All right, let's get started. Agenda item 5A, Big Kahuna Wings, West Town. If you'll come to the mic and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Al. Narendra Paidi, 7804 Montview Center Way, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919.
Okay. Sergeant Taylor?
No record.
Okay. Mr. Byrd?
We need a copy of the certificate of occupancy for your inspections and fire approvals, also approval from the health department and surrender of the existing permit.
Yes, sir. We are working on it. Yes.
Okay. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Byrd, I believe that we do have a service plan in this document as well. That came in late, I think. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But I did have a chance to review your service compliance plan. I know that it was a little late, but of course, we've all experienced some interesting weather here of late, so I think that's forgivable. So I'll make a move to approve pending final documentation.
Thank you, sir.
A second.
Sir, I believe you have someone named Elizabeth who's replaced Justin Squires.
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
And that individual has done their background check?
Yes. She
Okay.
completed the background check.
Okay, we just wanted to make sure we had the updated, correct information.
We already posted it, but I will take care of that part if it's not reached to Mark.
I think, yes, it is. We're just making sure everyone up here is on the same page. Okay?
Sure. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, appreciate it. Any additional questions? Does anyone want to make a motion? You already did while we were having a conversation. Okay. And a second. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, ayes have it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Next agenda item is 5B, Crave 865. Is there anyone? I believe the applicant was not able to make it tonight and would like to request a deferral for this meeting. So,
Yes, ma'am, if they
Mr.
could,
Byrd?
till February 20th.
Just a question of clarification. Is the file complete? I think I saw a notice later about missing background check.
Yes, sir, that's correct. Henry and Sergio, I believe they're out-of-state owners. So they had issues from their home state getting the background check.
Okay. I'll make a motion to defer 30 days to the, to the February meeting.
okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, ayes have it. Next agenda item is East Tennessee Kidney Foundation. Mr. Byrd, do you have an update on this applicant as well?
Yes, ma'am. She was unable to complete her background check, so they would like to also be deferred to the February 20th meeting if possible.
All right. Anybody?
Move to defer to the next meeting.
Okay, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Agenda item 5D is the Knoxville Opera Company.
Good evening. I'm Don Townsend with Knoxville Opera, 5200 Mountain Crest Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37918.
All right, thank you. Sergeant Taylor.
No record.
Okay, Mr. Byrd.
The file is complete.
All right. Do I have any motion or any questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Next agenda item is 5E, Las Poblanitas, Tienda y Taqueria.
My
Welcome.
name is Mary Cruz Sanchez at 5511 North Broadway, 37918.
All right. Sergeant Taylor?
No record.
Mr. Byrd?
We would need a copy of the LLC Articles of Organization, a copy of the Certificate of Occupancy for inspections and fire approvals, and approval from the Health Department.
Okay.
Move approval, subject to final documentation.
Okay. And is this a new location or a change?
It's a change of ownership.
Okay, for an
So-
existing,
Yes, I do have the inspector coming in tomorrow, though.
okay, all right. Thank you. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Yeah, we did it. All right, thank you. Running out of the gates. Keeping my thoughts straight, it is a difficult thing. Agenda item 6A, ACES Motorcycle Club. This is, we're moving on to the addendums. Is there anyone here from ACES Motorcycle Club? Welcome, sir.
Asbury Smith, how y'all doing today? And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Aces Motorcycle Club, 2309 MLK Avenue.
Your name, sir?
Asbury Smith.
Asbury Smith, thank you. Okay. Why don't you give us an update and tell us what your status is there?
We're still waiting on our inspection. We have talked to an architect and have talked to one of the city employees uptown, so we're just need an extension.
Okay. Do you have your permit at this point?
The permit, I've already went through the class for the permit. We're just waiting on our inspections.
Okay. So you're not waiting on building permits?
Yes.
You are waiting on building permits?
Correct.
Okay. So, because you have some build out to be done in your space, is that correct? Okay, all right.
He knows more about it than I do.
We've submitted new drawings, and with the city being behind, we just submitted them recently, about a week ago. So we're waiting for them to come back, get back with us.
Your name and
My name is
address.
Charles Pride.
Okay,
2309 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue with the Aces Motorcycle Club.
thank you. Just for the record. Okay. Do you believe a 90-day extension might get you where?
I believe 90 days would get us there.
Okay. Any questions from Beer Board?
One question. So you guys have been communicating with the city and working pretty closely with them?
Yes, we are.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I will move to approve a 90-day extension.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ayes carry it. Thank you, sir. Sirs, plural. Okay, agenda item 6B, Fast Hand Tavern. Is there anyone here from Fast Hand Tavern? Mr. Byrd, do you have an update?
I did not. I've not heard back from him.
Okay.
Of course, I was not able to gently prod last week as I normally do, so.
I'm just looking at our history here. So the last time, we postponed it at the September Beer Board to this meeting. So we gave a 90-day postponement. Councilman Roberto, have you had any conversations with them?
I have not, Chair. Looking at the record here, Mr. Byrd, did we originally approve this pending final documentation in September of '22?
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
And then in September of '23, we postponed it for 90 days. Have you had any contact with them since then and let them know that, we needed to see some progress here?
Well, I reached out a couple times to let them know that they're on this agenda, in need of an extension, that the prior one had expired, but I haven't heard back from Mr. Hibbs.
And Sergeant Taylor, have they updated their background checks?
They have not, but they will also need to do the cast class again as well.
When, are we more than a year since they've
Yes.
had this, so they need to do that? Chair, I'd suggest we push this to the end of the agenda and see if they show up.
Okay.
And then I'm a little troubled by the length of time this one's been out there and not getting some responses, so hopefully they show up.
Okay. We'll move on to agenda item 6C, which is Oscar's Food Market. Your name and record, or name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Barahin Obedi, and the address is 1417 East Magnolia, Knoxville, Tennessee. Zip code is 37917.
Okay. And can you give us an update on the progress of completing the file?
We are waiting for inspections from fire department, from the Department of Agriculture, and they have not yet to tell us when they will be scheduled our appointment, but we send all the documents that they require, and we are waiting for them to tell us when they will come to do an inspection.
Mr. Byrd, what items is this? This is health, they're missing health, sales tax registration.
At this point, ma'am, it's actually just the Department of Agricultural approval, which is the health, basically. The health department inspects
Okay.
some, agricultural picks others.
Okay. Sir, do you have contact to follow up with them to see when they'll schedule that?
I have no contact with them, but I have their email, and we talk through the email.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you like a 90-day extension to, what do you feel like you need to?
Yes, 9 days is okay.
Okay.
9 days.
Any questions, Councilwoman McKenzie?
Okay. And sir, I just want to make you aware that if you were to get that completed within that 90 days, then you would, be able to move forward. So I'd like to give an extension of 90 days. Would that be the most appropriate thing to do, or would it be to approve pending final documentation? Which would be the best?
I think for the addendums, we just give them an extension because we approved pending final documentation in September, and that time period has run out.
So we're just extending that. Okay. So I will make a motion to extend 90 days.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. All right, thank you and good luck getting contact and getting that inspection taken care of.
Thanks so much.
Okay. All right, the next agenda item is 6D, PB&G. And Mr. Byrd, do you have an update from them?
Yes, ma'am. The owner was stuck out of town in Atlanta and would request respectfully that we extend her for 30 days,
Okay.
which time she feels is enough to pick the permit up.
Okay.
I'll make a motion for a 30-day extension to have this come back up at our, February meeting.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. 6E has already picked up their permit spaces in the city. Is that correct, Mr. Byrd?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we will move on. 6F, The Hill. Do we have anyone here from The Hill? If you'll state your name and address for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Trevor Hill, 1105 Forest Avenue, Knoxville, 37916.
Okay. Mr. Hill, could you give us an update?
Oh, well, obviously we had to get this is actually for a catering beer permit, and we had to have a couple of things done to get a certificate of occupancy on the building that's been in use for the last 15 years as a bar restaurant. So the city has made us jump through some hoops, and it took a little longer than it should, but hopefully we'll have them all sufficed here in the next month or so. We got to pour some concrete, and we got a letter from an engineer that should suffice everything else the city needs once we pour the concrete, and we'll be done and over with.
And hopefully you'll never think about it again.
I hope so.
I'll make a motion to extend for 90 days. Mr. Hill and I spoke earlier in the week, and I think you'd probably be done before then, but for good measure, we'll go with 90. That's okay with the board.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. We hope you don't have to come back.
Thank y'all. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Okay. Okay, next item is 6G, Tobacco Shop. We have anyone here from the tobacco shop? 700 Merchant Drive. Okay. Okay. Next agenda item is 6H, which is Urban Air Adventure Park. I believe, Mr. Byrd, you have an update on them.
Yes, ma'am. They have picked their permit up.
Okay. Well, then we don't need to do that. The two items that we've bumped, can we go on to 7A before and go back to them? All right. Our next agenda item is 7A. It's our administrative hearing with the Dollar General Corp. Is there anyone here from Dollar General? You'll state your name and address for the record.
My personal address?
You can give
Or
the
the store.
business if you work.
Victoria Hudson, 1612 Elm Street, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37921.
Okay. All right. I don't know if we get anything from Mr. Sergeant Taylor, or we just, no, because we don't have, oh, Mr. Frost, could you, we haven't done an administrative hearing in a while. Could I have you touch base on what exactly we're doing here?
Sure, thank you,
The
Chair.
process.
Dollar General was cited for 2 underage sales within a rolling 2-year period. The first one was February 16th of 2022. They submitted late a remedial plan, and then on December 7th of 2023, they were cited for a second time and have since submitted another remedial plan. At this point, it's up to the members of the beer board to determine if they are satisfied with what Dollar General is proposing to hopefully fix the situation, or if that's the case, then no motion is necessary. It's just simply accepted. On the other hand, if the members of the beer board are not satisfied with the proposed remedial plan and any actions that Dollar General intends to take to not have this happen again, then there needs to be a motion and a second to refer them to the hearing officer, where the law department will file a non-compliance complaint, and there will be a hearing in front of the hearing officer for potential additional fines or potentially suspension. Thank you.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ma'am, a quick question. On your remediation plan that was submitted, I did notice that it stated that IDs would be checked through a POS system.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that in place prior to the first offense?
I'm not aware of the first offense. I just took over the district in August of last year, but the POS system, it's basically, I think it's about a year old when we started our new system.
Okay, so it was in place when this offense happened?
I'm unsure of that. I don't know the correct date that was in place.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilman Thomas.
Thinking of the 2 remedial plans that you have submitted, and the original plan that was submitted by, not you, but by your business, was to address the first infraction, but then there was another infraction, so it appears that that remedial plan was ineffective. And I guess my main concern is it appears that the second remedial plan, which is supposed to address that second infraction, is identical, I think, to the first remedial plan. Do you know of any, did I miss something? Is there anything different in the first and second remedial plans?
I was not aware of the first one. I don't know what they sent in for the first one.
Okay. Well, I don't have a lot of confidence in the second remedial plan to address this violation. If it was the same remedial plan that was in effect the first violation and it didn't catch that one, and then this remedial plan is in response to the second violation, but it's the same, I don't see how this second remedial plan is going to be effective. So I will let my colleagues give some thoughts about that if they would like, but that to me is a very big concern.
I'd like to call on Mr. Frost about what our options are and details.
Well, first, what was mentioned earlier, I looked at the March, the remedial plan after the first offense, and at that remedial plan, apparently they did have their point of sale system in place because the fourth point was retraining on POS available
That was March of
Resource.
2022.
of 20, in the original remedial plan. So from that, it sounds like their point of sale system was already in place. But Chair, to answer your question, the options of the beer board is to accept the second remedial plan and what this lady has said, or to refer them on to the hearing officer.
Councilman Roberta.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Frost, if they have another violation in the next rolling year, they automatically go to a suspension revocation hearing, is that correct?
It's in if they get 3 in a rolling 2-year period, they will automatically go to the hearing officer.
Okay. And kind of piggybacking on what Councilmember Thomas was asking, so what changes have you implemented or are you going to implement now that you've had these 2 in the rolling period that have brought you to us today? What are the actions that you're going to take to make sure this doesn't happen again?
The only actions we have is pretty much, the CBLs, it's a computer-based learning system that they take every rolling year, and of course the POS system. And I mean, that's, if people make mistakes, I mean.
Now, the POS you have, is that a computer system that it kind of tells you?
Yeah, what you do is you scan the license. But the thing about it is that I train my store managers that they need to train their people to look at them as well. Don't trust the computer system because it can make mistakes as well. Okay. I mean, so basically you have that customer interaction. You need to make sure that they're asking for the ID and actually reading the ID instead of just swapping it over a scanner and taking that robot advice, if you will.
Have you got plans for additional training sessions or meetings with folks maybe before each shift about this?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's a new store manager in play in this store as well, and there's a whole new crew. And the young lady that did this, she was immediately terminated.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about, what was going on when this last violation occurred? Was it just somebody who had maybe not had as much training, or what was the situation?
She was new to the company. This particular site, it pretty much loses a lot of associates due to turnover. So she was fairly new.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions.
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor Smith.
I may have missed this, but did the employee, did the point of sale system fail, or did the employee just forget to use it?
She didn't even look at it.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Taylor.
I think you just answered my question. Did you say she did not look at it?
As far as I know, she did not look at it.
Ask Rob to refresh me on if he had a copy of the citation. Okay. Disregard it.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what is really disturbing to me is the fact that a new employee who's basically just come out of training and who disregarded everything that it sounds like you all, went over in training, especially to this particular policy, knowing that you already were on a remediation plan. It just gives me pause to think how many underage people may have gotten sold to. This is just an incident that it was caught. And so this is why I think that it should be taken extremely seriously, that this is the second one within a year. I kind of think it's unfair that you have to stand here and hear this in front of us when, as I think you stated when you first came up here, that this wasn't on your watch. You're not as familiar with this situation.
Yes, ma'am.
And that speaks volumes to me as well from your company. that they did not send someone here today that was more intimately familiar with the circumstances and could speak to those. And so to me, that's says that it's not taken as seriously as it should be. Whether that's the case truly or not, but I'm just saying based on what we're seeing today and what we're hearing today, and they don't have the correct representation here to address this beer board and this body. And I will leave it for further discussion from my colleagues before we make a decision.
I actually have a couple of questions. I'm a little confused, and I know you've answered this question a couple of different times. You have a point of sale system that scans the ID. Did the employee not scan the ID?
I did not watch the video, so I don't know. I was
Okay.
not there. I did not
Okay.
watch the video.
Sergeant Taylor?
I'll say my recollection is that she typed in the date of birth. But the cadet was 18 years of age, but she typed in a
did she?
different date of
She
birth.
typed in the wrong date.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any comments on why there's so much staff turnover? Is it, like, what factors play into staff turnover at this location? Or is that for all locations?
That's for all locations.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the rate of pay for this entry-level position?
$9.
Is that currently what Dollar
top
General is
out-
paying is $9?
Yes, ma'am. Top out as a sales associate is $12.75.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The top out for a sales associate is $12.75.
So you got to work your way up to the
Yes, ma'am.
$12.75, but you start at $9?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll be frank with you, I'm surprised you can get anyone to apply at that rate. 'Cause
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
a competitive market right now.
We have yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long have you been?
We've made our voice our opinion on that situation. So
Okay. How long have you been with the company?
about 2 years.
Okay, okay. Okay, so the system doesn't force the employee to scan the ID. They are able to enter it in?
Correct, because sometimes the system is down and it cannot. And then you'll have to hit the escape button and key the birth date on the driver's license.
Is there no way for your system to require a manager for that kind of override? I know it seems like every time I go to the store, something's out of queue. We got to wait for a manager or somebody else to come over and.
That isn't on the license. It is on self-checkout, but it is not on the regular register. But I'm
Okay.
sure with our technology, they could do something like that.
Okay. This location, and I know a lot of your locations are similar. You're right there next to Western Heights and Beaumont Elementary, and obviously, hopefully, your staff would not sell to someone from the elementary school, but there's just a lot of children and teenagers and youth that might be out and about in any of our neighborhoods. There's some locations, you guys have locations scattered amongst our residential areas where young people can walk and make purchases, and that's why it's just so pertinent that mistakes are not made. And when we talk to people who come before the Beer Board for these types of hearings, and I think it's unfortunate you weren't there, you weren't at the store, you weren't there for the incident, you're not the manager of that store. But people come here and we with their remedial plans, we talk about at the beginning of every shift, reminding staff and just constant training triggers to make sure this doesn't happen. And I realize that you guys aren't, doing the same kind of volume as an Applebee's for alcohol sales. I hope, maybe not, but it's still important. And, your employees, though they are not paid a great wage or have the opportunity to, make sales to minors, which can make life-altering differences in people's lives. And that's our responsibility to make sure that that doesn't happen when we're issuing permits and allowing people to continue to sell alcohol. So,
Correct.
It's very important, and we take this very seriously, and
Right.
that's what we need everyone to understand every day when they start their shift. Councilwoman Fugit.
Thank you. All I was going to say is this is a very unfortunate situation, and it is really hard when management puts stuff in place and then human error or willful disobedience of the rules is a problem. And I appreciate that you terminated the young woman who did this. And that's about all you could do at the time. But it is troubling for all kinds of reasons that the employee in the first place didn't honor their obligation to the company to follow their rules, and then that maybe there's not enough process in place to remind people of the rules. We just keep talking around this, but it sounds to me like maybe, I'll make a motion that we go ahead and send it to a hearing officer and hopefully get something cleared up, because I think we're just talking in circles. And unfortunately, this isn't on your watch, but you're going to have to clean up the mess. And so I hope that this helps.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Ayes have it. All right.
Really?
Yes. Mr. Frost, someone will be in touch with them. Is that what happens at this point? Okay. And I will tell you, almost everyone has an attorney handle this for them. Is that correct, Mr. Frost? Yeah. So it's usually at this point, there's an attorney present quite often. Just passing that on to you. So
I was told to need one.
okay. They sent you in here alone, but I'm passing judgment on your company. I'm sorry. Second time tonight. Giving you a hot tip. All right. Straight out of the gates here, y'all. Okay, we have 2 agenda items to return to before we can adjourn. And we're going to start with 6B to see if anyone has joined us from Fast Hand Tavern. Anyone? Bueller? No? Okay. Would anybody like to make a Councilman Roberta?
Thank you, Chair. I am very disturbed by the length of time that this has been pending and the fact that we don't have a updated fingerprinting and task class. But I also recognize that we've got still roads that are in not great condition, and it's certainly possible that these folks had every intention of being here and just for some reason weren't able to make it. What I will suggest is that we take this up in 30 days. And Mr. Byrd, if you would try to connect with them, I will do the same thing, and we'll try to get to the bottom of what's going on here and make sure they appear before us in 30 days. I'm just not really comfortable saying we're going to let this application go when somebody may have been making a best effort to get here because of the weather. So I'll do that. And they're basically saved by the weather on this one, honestly, because I'm struggling with that, and there may be different opinions out there, and that's okay. But that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say let's give them 30 days, and we will get in touch with them, Mr. Byrd and myself.
I'll second that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. 6G, tobacco shop. Anyone? Nope. Tobacco shop? Nope. Going once, going twice. Okay. Councilman Thomas.
We have not. He is, of course, I emailed him as well. None of my letters on the new folks have come back to me, but then again, I don't know how they were delivered last week, as it was late in the previous week that they went out. He's normally a phone guy. Neither of his phone numbers would allow me to leave a message. And so other than that, I was left with email, which went through, but he's not normally an email guy. And I feel that he might be out of the country. I'll certainly make an effort to determine that, but he was in the office on another matter a few months ago and talked of leaving the country, and I don't remember what the dates were on that. So.
Okay, thank you. Well, looking at the record, he was here last time. This hasn't gone on very long, and for some of the reasons that my colleague, Councilman Roberto, referred to, we'd give him the benefit of the doubt, and I would move to pass it for 30 days or to the February meeting.
Good, second. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, ayes have it. Okay. Yes, Mr. Johnson has a question for the beer board.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Before we adjourned, I did want to ask a question of the board with respect to the administrative hearing. Would it be helpful if I include a copy of the citation going forward in the packet? Okay, I will do that. Thank you.
I'm not sure we've ever had that, have we?
We haven't.
Okay. It came up a lot today. Okay. All right. Seeing no further business, we are adjourned. That's okay. Can I adjourn us? Okay, thank you. Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We will begin with an invocation led by Councilmember Roberto, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Mayor Smith. Please rise if you're able.
Stir our thoughts and our minds tonight as together we commit to building and strengthening our community. Lift up our hearts so we may be driven by the best of our nature. Lead us to grow the loving spirit of understanding and compassion among all of us. Comfort those in need with your healing touch. Lead those who are hungry to nourishment and cold to warmth. Grant us wisdom and patience in our deliberations tonight so that our actions may be worthy of your continued blessings. Amen.
Please join me, face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Johnson, would you please call roll?
Councilwoman Fugit.
Here.
Councilwoman Helsley.
Here.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Here.
Councilwoman Parker. Councilwoman Ryder.
Here.
Councilwoman Roberto.
Here.
Councilwoman Singh.
Here.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Here.
And Councilman Thomas. 8 members present, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Next item is approval of the minutes from our January 9th meeting. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any items on tonight's agenda that council members wish to withdraw? Any items to be postponed? Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. The applicant of item 10A requested a postponement until February 6th.
Okay, motion made to postpone item 10A to February 6th. Is there a second? Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of this postponement, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Any other items to be postponed? Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. One more. The applicant for item 12A asked for this item to be postponed until February 20th meeting. I'll make that motion.
Okay, motion made to postpone item 12A until February 20th has been made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Any other items to be postponed? Any items requested to be added by motion? There are no consent agenda items, right? Okay. Okay. Now it's time for my mayor's report. Obviously, the topic of the last week or so has been this storm and wintry weather we've all been dealing with. So I'd like to start by thanking everyone who's pulled together in so many ways to help Knoxville get through this unprecedented weather event. This was, I'm sure you've read, this was the longest lasting deep snow in Knoxville since recorded weather, more than 100 years. So it was really unprecedented in modern times. And this was a huge amount of snow for our city, followed by many consecutive days of frigid temperatures, and it's so rare in Knoxville. And this led to many frustrations and many challenges, but so many community members and city workers stepped up to meet the challenge. And I want to give shout outs to a few people that really rose to the challenge in a big way. First, our outreach workers throughout from many different organizations and city folks who went into homeless camps in the days leading up to this cold spell and snowstorm and let our unhoused neighbors know about the warming centers. And speaking of warming centers, I want to give a huge shout out to Aaron Reed, who through the new Joint Office of Housing Stability started organizing the warming centers, not the day before the storm, not the week before the storm, but starting back in December. And those centers, which were not flawless and they had some challenges themselves, but had those not been coordinated in advance and gotten stood up in advance, who knows how much more challenging it would have been. So those centers undoubtedly saved lives. And on the first night, they helped shelter about 120 people.
And then after the first night, it was between 200 and 300 people each night after. So this was the first time the Joint Office has existed in order to help coordinate an effort like this. So it's the first time a coordinated effort like this has happened in Knoxville, and we are so grateful. I had the opportunity to visit each of the warming centers and volunteer at the Salvation Army, and I know several council members had the opportunity to volunteer and help out in many ways as well. So I know that when you were there, just like when I was there speaking to the guests, the hot meal, clean clothes, a warm place to spend the night, and just the warmth of the many volunteers, the restaurants and other people who were bringing food and clothing, that was very much appreciated by the guests, and I'm really grateful for Aaron Reed and everybody else for help making that possible. Of course, I'm so proud of the city employees who helped the city get through this extreme weather situation. First, our public service crews were amazing. Our first responders, our 311 and 211 operators, our fleet crews, all those vehicles that had to keep going to distribute salt and plowing and rescuing people and dealing with all kinds of emergencies. The fleet department kept all those vehicles running. And then the many, many partner agencies that coordinated through the Emergency Operations Center. These city employees and partners worked around the clock in sometimes quite dangerous conditions and going above and beyond the call of duty. So I heard some stories, and maybe you've heard some of these too, but I know Public Service Director Chad Weth, I'm not sure if he's here, he might be sleeping after working many long hours all last week along with his team, bringing water to stranded motorists. Our new COO, Grant Rosenberg, I think he earned his operations stripes. He got out there when we opened the warming center at South Knox Community Center. By the time that was starting to happen, there was no one available to plow the parking lot, and he personally got out and helped shovel that parking lot so people could get in and out safely. So good job, COO. Our police and firefighters, not only did they fight fires and fight crime, they also helped transport dialysis patients, delivered donated food, and just assisted people across the city, whether their vehicles were stranded or so many other ways. So a big shout out to our police and firefighters. And there were just countless instances of people bringing space heaters to neighbors whose heat went out, shoveling people's walks, bringing groceries to folks. Many, many stories that don't make it to the news, don't make it to social media. But that was the main response of our city. The people of Knoxville, individuals, churches, faith groups, businesses, neighborhoods, everybody was really stepping up and exemplifying the volunteer spirit. So I'm really proud of our city. I'm really proud of our city employees and incredibly grateful. I do want to say that our snow removal plan kept level 1 streets and access to medical facilities open throughout this difficult time, and that is our priority. That is by design. We focus things on making sure people can be helped during times of emergency. And not one emergency call went unanswered in our city because of road conditions. We used more than 3,000 tons of salt, logged more than 18,000 miles in our snow removal trucks. So I'm really pleased and proud of the efforts we made. However, just like we do after every major event, we will assess what aspects of our emergency plans worked and what areas it might be that we could improve going forward. So I want to thank Council for all the information sharing you got out to people in need and connecting people to city services and supports. And I want to thank the people of Knoxville for their patience and understanding as we all dealt with some unprecedented weather situations. I also want to take a moment to let you all know that tomorrow, January 24th, we will be celebrating the outstanding career of KPD Assistant Chief Mark Fortner. I don't believe he's here this evening, but he has served the people of Knoxville for over 30 years. And, I am so grateful for his service. He's done pretty much every job possibly that you can do with the Knoxville Police Department, including stepping up and acting as the Chief of Police during an interim period. And I am really grateful for his leadership and his service. His retirement party will be at the Civic Coliseum Ballroom tomorrow at 4 p.m., and you are invited to join us. And last, a quick reminder about our rules of decorum. Those who wish to speak, either to a specific agenda item or during public forum, should sign up with Mr. Johnson, the city recorder, ahead of time. Council rules state that up to 3 people each may speak for or against an agenda item. Right now, item 12B, the middle housing agenda item, has more than the allowed number of speakers, so I encourage those who have signed up to work together to elect spokespeople in case council wants to stick to the rules and not to suspend them. Let's see. The people who signed up for that, the first 3 are Hanson Sale, Zoe Scott, Dustin Durham, and the ones beyond the 3 that council rules allow are Aaron Jernigan, Drew Harper, Parker Bartholomew, Jared Worsham, Logan Higgins, and Tony Allen. And the people speaking in opposition to item 12B, there's only 3, so there's there's no surplus of people on that one. So just wanted to remind everybody of council's rules on that. Also, our rules of decorum require people to please avoid using profanity, and when speaking to specific agenda items, please remember to stay on topic. Those who fail to adhere to those rules may be ruled out of order and asked to step away from the podium. For those who are listening, please note, you may not disrupt a public meeting from the audience. Those who do may be asked to leave. I appreciate in advance everyone's respect for these rules. And that concludes my mayor's report. Council members, are there any reports from committees or council members? Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. There were a lot of heroes last week. I just want to mention one First District resident. Lakeisha Johnson lives in South Knoxville and spent more than 6 nights in one of the warming centers just volunteering. And so everybody pulled their weight in some way, shape, or form to help others, but she went above and beyond and basically lived there with hundreds of people, helping them with every human need imaginable. So I'm grateful for people like Ms. Johnson. I had one announcement. Council will hold a public hearing on Thursday at 6:30 in this main assembly room. We'll hear from the public about emergency service response related to mental health, substance abuse, and homelessness, and the public is open to attend that meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other reports from council? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item 8A.
8A is a resolution appointing Ellie Kittrell to serve on the Community Health Council.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
8B is a resolution confirming the reappointments of Claudio Gomez and Orrin Yarbrough and appointment of Joe Tolbert Jr. to the City of Knoxville Public Arts Committee.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
10B is a resolution approving an appeal by Daniel A. Sanders on behalf of the Oak Knoll Homeowners Association Incorporated of a decision of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one. 9A is an ordinance to amend the Knox City Code, Chapter 22.5, Article 2, to implement an updated permit fee structure.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
10B is a resolution approving an appeal by Daniel A. Sanders on behalf of the Oak Knoll Homeowners Association Incorporated of a decision of the Board of Zoning Appeals to grant a variance request by Scott Boroff to increase the minimum front setback in an RN1 zoning district from 84.9 feet to 213 feet per Article 4.3, Table 4-1, for property located at 5660 Lions View Pike, thereby reversing the decision of the Board of Zoning and denying the original variance request, 2nd District.
Okay, council members, as you recall, when we have appeals, the appellant has up to 3 people who can speak to 5 minutes each, and then the respondent has up to 3 people who can also have up to 5 minutes each, and then the appellant has a 2-minute rebuttal if they wish. So the appellant has signed up 2 people, and then the respondent has 1 person, so we'll proceed, and Mr. Johnson will run the clock. Yes, Mr. Sanders, do you have a question before you start?
We do have 2 people. I don't think either one of us will take up the full 10 minutes that were allotted. If you don't mind, could we combine the time and reserve whatever time.
You
we
can
have
each have
over.
up to 5 minutes, and if you don't use the full 5 minutes, then the next person will also have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The first person is Daniel Sanders. Mr. Sanders, if you could state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Daniel Sanders, 920 Volunteer Landing, Suite 200, here on behalf of the Oakland Homeowners Association and its members. With me here tonight, I have Dr. David Manderscheid and Dr. Susan Lawrence, who own 5802 Lions View Pike. Also here with me tonight, members of the Homeowners Association, Mr. and Mrs. Robert Willoughby, who own 5804 Lions View Pike. Additionally, Dr. and Mrs. Larry Summers own 5720 Lions View Pike, and then Dr. and Mrs. Overholt are also members of the Homeowners Association at 5802 Lions View Pike. Our request in this appeal is simply that you require Mr. Boroff to follow the rules. The specific question before you is whether he is entitled to a variance from the required front setback, and he is not. The variance is not justified because Mr. Boroff will not suffer any hardship if the variance is denied. Our position is supported by the law and the facts. In 2015, Mr. Boroff created the Villa Estates subdivision by dividing a little bit over 4.5 acres into 4 smaller lots and 1 common area. In 2018, Mr. Boroff lost the Villa Estates subdivision to a bank foreclosure. In 2020, this body adopted Recode Knoxville. At that time, Lot 3 became non-conforming. After adoption of Recode, this body, or Mr. Boroff or his company, SB Southeast Development LLC, reacquired the property from the bank. At that time, it was after Recode, the lot was already non-conforming. The property is currently undeveloped. Under the current zoning ordinance, non-conforming lots are governed by Article 17.3. Non-conforming lots must comply with all but the lot width and area requirements. Your non-conforming lot provisions do not provide an exception for the front setback. As members of City Council, you're also probably aware of the Vested Property Rights Act. That Property Rights Act strikes a balance between a developer's right to develop a piece of property and City Council's authority to change zoning regulations. In order to maintain vested rights under the 2015 Act, Mr. Boroff was required to obtain necessary permits, commence development, and pursue that development diligently. Mr. Boroff has no vested rights because he didn't do any of that. The property is currently undeveloped, and therefore, City Plans Review correctly determined that Mr. Boroff must comply with Recode Knoxville or obtain a variance. But Mr. Boroff is not entitled to a variance, and we've provided council with a letter. He's not entitled to a variance because he created the condition which he's now complaining about. He created the condition first when he subdivided Villa Estates in 2015. He made the lots an odd shape. They don't conform to the current regulations. Second, he created his own condition when he failed to take those actions necessary to maintain vested rights under the property rights statute. When he didn't take those actions to maintain his vested rights, he created this sort of non-conforming situation. And third, he created a non-conforming situation when he reacquired the property from the bank in 2021, knowing at that time that the lots were non-conforming. So I don't want City Council to get bogged down in legal theory too much. Ultimately, denying Mr. Boroff a variance will not cause him a hardship because he can go back through the subdivision process, the same subdivision process he went through to create the Villa Estates subdivision to begin with. He can reconfigure the lots in the Villa Estates subdivision in a way that allows him to meet the required front setback and develop his property without the need for a variance. And that is why denying a variance in this case is appropriate. It will not cause a hardship. And we request that council approve this appeal and deny the variance. Now, we've got Mr. Gary Clark with me here. He is a registered land surveyor with over 40 years of experience. He's going to address the configuration and the ability to go back through the subdivision process. I will note that it appears that Villa Estates has 200 and 92 feet of frontage on Lions View Pike. The minimum lot width in RECODE is 75 feet in the R1 zoning district. That would indicate to me at least that he could get at least 3 lots with sufficient frontage on Lions View Pike and almost 4.
Thank you,
So,
Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Council.
Next person signed up to speak on behalf of the appellant is Gary Clark. For the sake of everybody being able to hear, you could either lift up the podium, there's a button to do that, or maybe move the mic up a little closer to your mouth. There. Yeah, it's a pretty cool podium. It's, okay. Okay, Mr. Clark, if you could just state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, it's Gary Clark, 6013 Centerwood Drive in Knoxville, it's 37920. Most of what I can say is really Mr. Sanders has already gone over. I mean, I have been a professional land surveyor for about 45 years now, with working in multiple jurisdictions with various residential and commercial subdivisions. The Oak Knoll Homeowners Association hired me through Lowell, Yeager, and Brown to review the appeal documents and their documents for the property at 5660 Lions View Pike. It's currently under record by a subdivision prepared by Michael S. Funderlich, recorded in December of 2015. It divided 4.59 acres into 4 lots and 1 common area. The Southeast Development Company, LLC, acquired all 4 of the lots by a single deed in 2021, which just described the property by referring to the Villas Estates plat. And this was after the adoption of RECODE Knoxville. And when I visited the property a couple of weeks ago, there were no structures on it or any evidence that any structures had been started. As I said, as you're aware, any subdivisions are governed by various rules by the state law and local subdivision regulations. And in my experience, these change over the years, and sometimes older subdivisions don't meet the current requirements or zoning. In this case, the flag-shaped lots of Lot 3, it may have met the requirements in 2015 when the plat was recorded, but based on the city plans review and the building permit, because they have to go for the appeal because they don't have, Lot 3 doesn't conform with the requirements of the current zoning. I think it's important to note that since the one owner owns all the 4.59 acres, that he has the option of going back through the subdivision process and redividing the property in a way that would conform to the current requirements. And to be clear, I think the Villa Estates can be reconfigured so that the resulting lots would meet the current regulations. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Now, on behalf of the respondent, Benjamin Mullins, you state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Yep, Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the original applicant, SB Development. Mr. Sanders, both in his January, 550 West Main Street, Suite 500, excuse me. Mr. Sanders, in his January 9 letter, and again tonight, set up a couple of straw man arguments, specifically whether or not it meets a nonconforming exemption under Article 17.3 of the zoning ordinance, and whether or not we're entitled to invested rights or did anything to acquire vested rights. I don't think those need to be addressed specifically. I think we need to talk about the heart of the issue and whether or not a variance is justified and whether or not that variance was a self-created hardship. But I'd be glad to answer questions on those specific legal doctrines if they come up, if you would give me an opportunity. First off, what was a variance required? As Mr. Sanders and Mr. Clark have acknowledged, in 2015, when the property originally subdivided into 4 lots, no variances were required. It was a legal subdivision at the time. In fact, there was an existing house set back pretty much 213 feet from Lions View at the time on the property that has since been demolished. But that house was there because it complied with the existing subdivision setback requirements for the zoning ordinance, and that is a minimum of 25 feet in 2015. There was no maximum. You could put it wherever you wanted to, as long as you were at least 25 feet away from Lions View Road. And that opinion has been confirmed by Mr. Ahrens, Director of Plans, Review, and Inspections, in a January 5 email that was attached to my letter and is in the record. The only reason for the variance is because when the 2024, when Mr. SB Development, which is owned by Mr. Boroff, when he moved forward to put a house on a lot that he could have put in 2015 without any variances, Recode had changed the setback to where the setbacks now have a plus or minus 10 feet of the average block face, but no less than 25 feet. And the way that's been interpreted by Plans, Review, and Inspections is you take the average block face of the other homes, and you have to build it within 10 feet of that average block face. Here, that was 84.9 feet. But because of the pre-existing lot, because of the flagpole lots, which were legally existing and are legally existing now, you can't do that. It is impossible to do that. And the Board of Zoning Appeals summed that up very succinctly in the record, and this is on page 121 of your packet, where Ms. Sherrill, a Board of Zoning Appeals member and an architect, says, I mean, this one is rather straightforward. I'm not sure there's a reasonable way it could have been done differently, because you can't move the house forward, backward, left, or right. It's there. And Mr. Salisbury, who's an attorney, says, yeah, it's pretty much not going anywhere. And they approved the variance unanimously. This is in compliance with the rules that are in existence for determining what a hardship is. Under 16.3, hardship can be granted based upon exceptional narrowness, topography, or sitting. And here, there's no doubt where the front setback has to be. It's an exceptionally narrow lot. 207.3 says specifically that hardships are justified by reason of exceptional narrowness, shallowness, or shape of a specific piece of property, and this is the most important part, at the time of the enactment of the zoning regulation. When the zoning regulation was enacted in 2020, what we're talking about, Recode, it was impossible to meet the setbacks at that time. That lot was already too narrow to be built on. This is the only place that it can be built on. Neither Mr. Clark nor Mr. Sanders have cited any statute, any law, any ordinance, any authority whatsoever that says you cannot get a variance if you could re-subdivide the property. You can combine property. You have to acquire more property. That's nowhere in your ordinance. It's nowhere in state statute. You're looking at the piece of property that was legal when it was created, that is now only illegal, cannot meet the setbacks because of the change of the ordinance, because of Recode. Quite frankly, that is not a self-created hardship. That is, what created the hardship, the need for the variance, is a change in the zoning ordinance, which is exactly what 13.7.207 says you look at, the shape of the property at the time the zoning ordinance was enacted. 32 seconds. Two quick issues I want to preserve for the record. One, I raised it. Standing, Mr. Sanders created an HOA one day after the appeal period ran, but filed the appeal period on behalf of a legal entity that did not exist at the time. I don't think he has standing to move forward with the appeal. Second, and I don't know if this is in the record or not, but I have an email here dated 11/21/2023 from Ms. Overholt, where the neighbors expressly said they don't have a problem with the setback. They're only concerned about potential access issues along the driveway. So for the record, I would also raise the defense they expressly disclaimed their objections to the setback at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins. Mr. Sanders, you have the opportunity for a 2-minute rebuttal if you wish.
The specific piece of property that we're talking about is the entire Oak Knoll home, not Oak Knoll homeowners, those are my clients. The specific piece of property we're talking about here is the entire Villa Estates subdivision. Granted, if property had been conveyed, a piece of property is going to be sterilized by a change in zoning, absolutely that would be a case to grant a zoning variance. You don't want to sterilize a piece of property because a change in zoning. This is not the case with this one. In this case, you adopted Recode. It was your prerogative to do that. At the time, SB Southeast Development did not own this property. They acquired it after Recode, knowing the lot was nonconforming. Your nonconforming lot provisions only govern lot width and lot area. There is not a provision in there for the required front setback. This is not an appropriate case to grant a variance because the piece of property that you're talking about is just not lot 3. It's lot 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then a common area. Those lots can be reconfigured to meet the required front setback, and no hardship is going to result, except maybe the hardship that Mr. Boroff won't be able to sell 4 lots. He might be able to develop 3 or 2 or 1, but that's not considered a hardship under your ordinance because that's a financial burden. That's not a hardship. On the standing issue, this is a very technical objection. I can tell you the homeowners association was formed. It was authorized. All the documents were signed before it was formed prior to filing the appeal. But for an email address not being attached to the submission for the
I can save you.
we would request that the commission.
I can save your time on that one, Daniel. The city council will not be making any decisions with regard to standing. He's preserved that record for the court, but city council does not make a standing decision.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes your time for rebuttal. Council members, it's your opportunity for discussion and questions that you may have. Councilmember Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mullins, I had some questions for you, if I could. It's my understanding from the discussion today that the owner also owns the surrounding lots. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that the owner created those lots, and in doing so, created the boundary lines for each of those lots. Now, and I recognize that was before the zoning code update, but the owner did do that. Is that correct?
Mr. Boroff individually did that in 2015. The property today is owned by a corporation that is run by Mr. Boroff. So you can say it's the owner or the same owner, it's controlled by the same entity, but is technically a separate legal entity. But other than that, you are correct.
Okay. And at some point, the properties that this owner or corporation owns that were subject for what we're discussing today went into foreclosure, and then this same person, corporation, bought those properties back and owns them again. Is that correct?
That's correct. And when they went into foreclosure, it was prior to recode, and they could have developed under the zoning ordinance at that time. After they reacquired it, the zoning ordinance had changed.
Okay, so when the owner buys the property from the bank after the foreclosure, then there's different standards that are in place because the zoning code has been updated.
That's correct.
Okay. But since the owner owns all the properties in question, isn't the simplest solution here just to, go back and replat and conform with the existing zoning ordinance today?
You could do that. I don't think you're legally required to do that. You're looking at an individual lot and whether that lot complies with the subdivision regulations and the zoning ordinance or a variance is required. And here they can't meet the variance without a hardship. And under the hardship standards under 13.3.207, because of the exceptional narrowness and shape of the lot at the time the zoning ordinance was enacted here, recode, it met the definition of a hardship under state law.
Certainly, I'll want to listen to my colleagues if they have any comments, but from my review of the record and listening to the discussion today, I don't find that a variance is appropriate here when the applicant acquired the property after new standards were in place and is in a position to remedy their own hardship without need of a variance. So I'm going to make a move to approve the appeal.
Okay, motion's been made to approve the appeal, has been made and seconded. Any further questions or discussion by council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay.
11A is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute any and all documents necessary to apply for, and if awarded, accept grant funding in an amount of up to $15,000 with no required matching funds from the National League of Cities to be used to expand economic opportunities for residents and businesses of color.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11B is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an amendment to document number C-22-0127 with master service agreement and with Premise Health Employer Solutions LLC for operation and management services for the city's employer-sponsored health center and field offices to increase the budget by an amount not to exceed $193,050 to provide funds to raise salaries and salary ranges to attract and retain clinical staff for a new estimated annual cost of $2,624,101.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11C is a resolution authorizing the mayor to amend the contract with Southern Constructors Incorporated for the Kingston Pike Complete Connections Project, increasing the contract amount by $93,727.36 for a new contract total of $2,293,701.36 and extending the date of completion to March 14, 2024.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Councilmember Roberta.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention to Director Clabo that how much I appreciate. I know there were some business owners that were maybe having a little bit of traffic issues while the construction was going on, but I know you sent some folks out to talk to them and work with them on making sure they were able to have folks get in and out of their businesses there on Kingston Pike. So just wanted to thank you for doing that. And of course, you know, this is a great project because we're talking about adding in, you know, multimodal options along Kingston Pike, and I just am very supportive of this program and project. So just wanted to make sure I thanked you for doing that.
Thank you, Councilmember Roberto. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11D is a resolution authorizing the mayor to amend the contract with Johnson, Mermirian, and Thompson Incorporated to provide construction, engineering, and inspection services for the Kingston Pike Complete Connections Project, increasing the contract amount by $61,776.53 for a new contract total of $293,852.07 and extending the date of completion to July 31, 2024.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11E is a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with WSP USA Incorporated for professional engineering services for the Broadway Accelerated Bus Corridor Project in an amount not to exceed $1,281,757.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council, this item is for the Broadway Accelerated Bus Corridor Project, which I am very eager to see come to life. Like many people who use Broadway regularly, we're aware that this project was first announced back in 2017, and it is designed to improve traffic flow and to enhance the transit experience along North Broadway between downtown and Fountain City. The end result will include traffic signal upgrades at the 36 signals along the Broadway corridor, the addition of new smart bus stops, which could display route information and provide additional amenities for riders, and will ultimately provide signal priority for public transit vehicles. So approval of this item will allow us to finish some other studies around this project and move into the next phase of the work, and I'm eager to see it move forward. So Councilmember Ryder, excuse me.
We're sitting next to each other. It's confusing. Excuse me. Mr. Clabo, well, I know the mayor just told us a lot about it, but I know Councilman Thomas and I are probably ready to jump up and down about this because we've been talking about this, I don't know, a long time before I even came to council. So what's the time frames? When should we expect some stuff to happen? This is... we've had agenda items related to this before, and I asked what the timeframes were then. What's the time frame now?
Sure.
Sure.
Tom Claybo, Engineering Director. As you're aware, this is funded with federal funds, congestion mitigation, air quality, CMAQ money. And so there's a process that goes with that includes an environmental document, and then you go through a design process, right away, then construction. And we've had an initial contract with WSP to go through that environmental document process and start preliminary design. And so that contract really has established the scope of the project. So originally we were looking at dual route, so Route 22 with CAT and this accelerated bus corridor route. In looking at those studies, they developed a model, and looking at timing and signals, it really didn't save a lot of time as far as what the cost would be utilizing two routes. And so we went through a selection process as far as what would be the correct type of project to put here. And the end result is we're essentially making a hybrid Route 22. So the accelerated bus corridor route is going to be the Route 22 that's currently there, but it does include these 36 signals to where we're going to upgrade those signals. They will be able to communicate with the buses to give priority. There's queue jumping, so that would mean a bus can get in the right turn lane and bypass traffic to get ahead of the queue. And so the end result will be a much improved transit system along Broadway. It's taken a while to get there, but we do have good momentum now. This new contract is going to complete the environmental process. So when we converted from the dual route to one route, we increased the bus stops to 27 along that we're going to improve. That increased the amount of right-of-way we're requiring. It affected the environmental document. We have 190 parcels now affected. A lot of those are of the age that we got to do a historic structure survey, on and on and on as far as, so we got to complete that environmental document, get into a design process. That process should be complete. We're expecting construction in 2027, so.
Okay. All right, I'll let Councilman Thomas ask something.
You've done on this, sir, and we look forward to those improvements. And it kind of goes back to some discussions that Councilperson Ryder and I have with the Broadway Corridor Task Force, and we're glad to see those coming into fruition. It'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Claybo. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11F is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a revised agreement and other associated revised loan documents with Bell Street 2 LP to incorporate revisions caused by the project's delayed closing, recently requested modifications, and a new development schedule with no change to the awarded amount, which is not to exceed $1,500,000 from the Affordable Rental Development Fund, and no change to the number of units to be developed, which is 50 permanent supportive housing units for very low-income seniors to be located at 245 South Bell Street.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Councilmember Fugit.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. DeBose, can you tell us a little about what were the delays, the revisions that had to take place?
Yeah, Kevin DeBose, Housing and Neighborhoods. Ben Bentley's here also can speak to some of the specifics.
Okay.
But basically, the lender wanted some change to the documents. Yes.
Okay.
And so they weren't very big changes, but were inconsistent with the documents that council passed.
Right.
And it was law's determination that we needed to, update this. Ben has a good hold on what those financial terms were.
Thank you. I don't need to know what the financial terms were. I just wanted to make clear that the only thing had something to do with lending documents, that what we approved doesn't perfectly match what the lender now requires, so we have to reapprove. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Nothing substantial about the project? No. Thank you.
Let the record reflect that Ben Bentley nodded at that question. Councilmember, I didn't realize it, but there are two people signed up to speak in favor of this item. First one is Parker Bartholomew. Mr. Bartholomew, if you could come to the podium, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Parker Bartholomew, 5406 Summit Ridge, 37921. I'd like to draw your attention to page 293 of your packet. I'm very much in support of the KCDC and Austin Home redevelopment, but I'd like to discuss the economics of creating 161 affordable housing units. On page 93 on the packet under sources and uses, you can see where the money comes from to be able to build a project like this. $28 million from LIHTC, $1.5 million from the city, $7.5 million from the Section 208 HUD grant, and $900,000 from a National Housing Trust Fund. I skipped over a few items to highlight this is only the public money. It totals up to $38 million on almost a $60 million project, little over 60%. This means that each unit requires $236,000 in public funds, and that each unit total cost was $369,000. I want to give KCDC all the praise for putting together a deal like this. I'm sure many years of hard work went into it, and it brought together many different avenues for funding. Last I heard, we had a wait list of vouchers of over 3,000. If we use the Austin Homes deals as a template in order to provide housing for the current waiting list, we would need $1.1 billion in total funds and $708 million in government funds. That's only for 3,000 units. I bring this up because LIHTC deals are one path, just as multifamily housing on corridors is one path, just as increasing the density in our neighborhoods with MMH is one path. We need them all because any of them alone will fail. The shortage of units is too great to place artificial limits on housing. We do not need to make it harder on ourselves by limiting all the tools that we can use. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person on this topic is Tom Ruggles. Mr. Ruggles, you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Tom Ruggles. I live in Knoxville, District 2. I'm also the treasurer of the Knoxville Area Tenants Union. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Tenants Union tonight. The Tenants Union is cautiously in favor of this resolution. We're happy to see that 50 units are going to be added for our seniors at $765 a month max rent, which is quite affordable. We love to see that. The renters living in these units will not pay more than 30% of their income for rent, which is great to see also. We just had a handful of questions that we'd like to see answered that we couldn't necessarily find answers to in the packet. These questions are, who is going to be offering the referral services to fill these units? Who is going to be offering the permanent support to the residents in these units? And what is the process for filling these initially? And what happens after they're vacated and there are new residents that need to be filled? So we hope the discussion by the council here today will sort of address these questions. And yeah, we're excited that more affordable housing is going to be present here in Knoxville. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, further questions or discussion? You know, as you all know, we have done permanent supportive housing in many parts of our city. This will be another one, and I know they're administered by different organizations, KLF, KCDC, McNabb, some others. Vice Mayor Smith.
I think Mr. Ruggles raised some good questions. I think we see these a lot. Somebody, Mr. Bentley or someone else like to address some of those questions about how these units are selected for different people and the process for that?
So Councilwoman Fugit let me off the hook easy, and now you're asking real questions. I'll try.
Fair.
No, these are great questions. So we have a waiting list that we open well in advance. So We're sitting right now looking at a closing of about March on this property. It's about an 18-month construction schedule. Roughly 6 months before that, we'll make just a blanket announcement. As was mentioned by one of the public speakers, there's lots of demand that we're opening the waiting list, and people will be able to apply online, in person, just like any of our other waiting lists at KCDC. In terms of the supportive services, we'll actually have on-site case management with this one, so it's a little bit different from what we normally do. The Section 202 program under HUD, that's one of the requirements of the program. They want to make sure that folks can age in place for as long as possible. Sometimes it requires some additional resources to be able to do that, so that's what this program's all about.
Councilmember McKenzie and then Ryder.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment and just acknowledge the efforts of Ben Bentley, who was the CEO over KCDC, to be able to bring so many additional opportunities for housing and creative financing to the table and to the council and the mayor's administration. Again, it doesn't solve all of our problems, but I think that we're definitely headed in the right direction. This is really exciting to hear about the senior supportive housing units and just the amount of the rent that'll be there and the supportive services that go along with it. But just did not want to let this moment pass us by without acknowledging the efforts and the hard work that you and your staff put in. I think every day thinking of different ways and different, again, financial partnerships for us to be able to bring these types of housing opportunities to our city and to those who are most in need. So I just wanted to recognize that in your efforts today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ryder.
Yeah. Mr. Bentley, you mentioned your waiting lists, plural. When tenants want to move into a KCDC property, is there not like a one-point queue, or they identify different properties?
So there is a sort of a two-point queue. Our two main programs are the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program, and then anything that is KCDC owned and managed, so the physical units. Those, for HUD reasons, are kind of separate silos.
Okay, so it's 2 queues, not 20 queues?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't have to, as a tenant, identify. Okay.
I'll be honest, it's a work in progress. I mean, I just made it sound real simple, too. It's not that simple.
Okay.
To be honest, it's, yeah.
So if I'm a tenant and I have a Section 8 voucher, or what do I do?
That is the more simple of the processes. So that's one application process, and you know the way the voucher works. So 30% of the income the resident pays, we kick in the rest, and they find a unit on the private market, which is challenging. But from a simplicity of the program standpoint, that's easy. All of our 21 KCDC properties have a little bit different eligibility criteria, so that's where it gets quirky. If I'm applying for housing, I may not qualify for all 21 of the sites. We have a screening system that has a series of questions on the front end that's supposed to identify and help people hone in on, number one, which sites they qualify for, bare minimum, but then also some other aspects of the site, access close to a bus stop, transportation, that kind of thing. So where their preference might lie, and it kind of informs them and filters that.
Is a staff person helping them with that, or is that done online? Or?
If someone calls and needs assistance, we're happy to do that, but it's predominantly an online system.
It's a self-guided system?
Yes.
Okay. But some individuals have case managers that are helping them through that process?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Another part to one of the questions that was raised was about the permanent supportive housing. Is that funded through ongoing contributions somehow, or is it part of the finance package?
Part of the finance package. So the cool thing about that Section 202 program, there's about a $7.5 million capital grant. They're paying for the building of those units partially. And so we're able to reduce the rent. We also have a line item in the budget that we submit to HUD every year that is for case management, so that will never go away on those units. It doesn't have to be fundraised. It's through the federal government.
Okay. So the dollar figure given, which I didn't write down for how much it is per unit, does that include the permanent supportive housing component, management, all of those things?
All of those things.
Okay.
I will add that when there are a few other things, it's probably more than you want to know, but we take a developer fee, and we don't do it for the same reasons that other folks might do it. We redeploy these resources toward transforming Western or
You're not
Liberty.
paying stockholders, is
Liberty
that what you're
Place.
saying?
Not that I know of.
Okay, just checking.
Yes, you are. The citizens of this community.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right, appreciate it, thank you.
Council, just wanted, I know you are aware, but, housing is complicated, and the city is doing a lot of work on it, and so are private investors. So we are having a housing workshop. It's already scheduled on February 15th. So, we'll get into KCDC, housing, private housing, blended, affordable, market rate, middle, hopefully, and other things as well. So it is complicated, and it is a huge need in our community. So I'm glad we're making progress at every meeting. At every meeting, we're adding to the needs of our, we're adding to the housing supply. Councilmember McKenzie. You're done. Okay. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11G is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a first amendment to an agreement with Neighborhood Housing Incorporated to increase the funding amount by $32,000 to fund an additional 13 participants in the NoxWorks Workforce Development Program for a new total contract funding amount not to exceed $194,687.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11H is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Larry M. Mike Patty to serve as the Knoxville Police Department's wellness coordinator for an initial term of 2 years in an amount not to exceed $50,000 over the 2-year period of the agreement.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, I'm sorry, Councilmember Thomas? Turn your mic on, please.
Got it.
If someone from KPD could just give us a little summary of what this entails.
Chief Noel, you turn your mic on and, or borrow, there we go.
Am I on? Okay,
Yes, you're on.
perfect. So as you know, employee health and wellness is something that's often overlooked in law enforcement. It's something we've been investing in KPD in the last couple of years. So we applied for a grant a while back that we were awarded through the COPS office, the Law Enforcement Mental Health and Wellness Grant. And what that allows us to do is over a 2-year period to hire a health and mental wellness coordinator. Mike Patty is already one of our chaplains. He's been with us now for over 40 years. And so what he's going to do is he's going to coordinate our efforts with our chaplain program, with our yoga for first responders, our peer support team, our wellness app, Stand Up Our Wellness app. We are a member of the IACP Mental Health Forum, coordinate our training, and also the mental health professional that we have on staff. So this position will exist for 2 years, $25,000 a year. He'll work about 20 hours a week, up to 20 hours a week with that. It's really going to be a great addition to our team, and there's no cost to the city.
Yeah, I think so too. Well needed. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11I is a resolution authorizing the mayor to amend the current agreement C-21-0397 with National Building Service Incorporated for janitorial services for outdoor restrooms located at numerous parks within the city limits, adding Morningside Park and Baker Creek Preserve for an increased total contract amount not to exceed $70,674 annually.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11J is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Kentucky Oil and Refining Company to provide multiple types of bulk fuel for an initial term of 1 year, with the option to extend the agreement for up to 2 additional 1-year terms at an estimated cost per term of $4 million.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, I want to just elevate this next item as an example of the city's efforts to be fiscally responsible and proactive. This dedicated fuel supply ensures that in case of an emergency or shortage, our CAT buses and all of our many vehicles will still have fuel to operate. This fuel provision was put in place years ago and has proven to be a very wise way to budget our fuel costs. So for example, right now, we are currently paying 30 cents less than people pay at the pumps because of our proactive bulk purchasing. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Council members, there's been a request from a council member to take a brief recess before we get to the next item. So we'll reconvene at 5 after 7.
Hey, Rick. What's up, man? No. Is that what all the hype is? Is that why there's people for you today? Okay, so. Is that what you signed up for? I know the CAT bus guy was looking for people who were signed up. Yeah. Son of you probably got on there early. So. So what are they actually trying to amend? Yeah, like you said, they have a different variance that they're arguing about just about every week here. Well, I saw it 2 weeks ago at the countywide, the advanced Knox meeting, where they were talking about the new development plan for the county, and like, I went around after it was developer, and then they had one environmentalist dude over here, and it's like, you guys already voted on it before by selecting the people on the committee.
Okay, council members, it's 7:05.
I'm going to miss that tonight.
Thank you. It's a win. You.
We're there going like this.
Okay, council members have all returned. I guess we're waiting for one or two. Ms. Singh. Okay, we'll reconvene. Go ahead and read the next item, please.
12B is an ordinance to amend the Knoxville City Code, Appendix B zoning code, moving Article 4.6 general standards of applicability to 4.7, inserting a new Article 4.6 middle housing standards with subsections 4.6A middle housing types, 4.6B middle housing uses, 4.6C middle housing dimensional standards, 4.6D middle housing parking standards, 4.6.E middle housing design standards, 4.6.F middle housing conversion standards, and 4.6G middle housing administrative variations, and making minor revisions to Article 2.3 definitions, Article 4.2 uses, Article 4.3 dimensional standards, Article 4.6 general standards of applicability, Article 9.2 use matrix, Article 9.3 principal use standards, City of Knoxville applicant all districts.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, I'm really excited to be bringing this item for your consideration this evening. As you know, the staff and the community members have been examining it for in some ways, you could say up to 2 years. This is all about opening up the opportunity for more housing options in our city. City and planning staff have been working on these improvements throughout the last year, including 2 workshops for council, 2 workshops for planning commission, a stakeholder workshop last March, 2 large community open house events, and then this number is striking, more than 45 of individual meetings with various stakeholders, neighborhood groups, and nonprofit groups. So I want to thank all the city and planning team members who've been such a important part of working on this with the community, particularly Cheryl Ball. Thank you very much. And thanks to that input, there have been tweaks throughout this process, including since the last time we probably discussed it. There have been a few updates since the workshop in December to meet the needs that we've been hearing from the community members. So please know that should this item pass, and I surely hope that it will, the city plans reviews and inspections team, along with the planning staff, will be tracking data to make sure we understand how this impacts our community. And we will report back to you and the rest of the community on an annual basis or more frequently if needed. and we will be watching for challenges and provide insight on the need for any adjustments. So I just wanted to show you this is a change, and we want to monitor any changes as we go forward, and that's what we've heard from the community as well. So before you begin your discussion, we have several people signed up to speak. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, there are more than 6 people signed up to speak in favor, a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 3 people signed up to speak in opposition. So we'll stick to your rules, and I'll call them in the order that they wish to be called in, unless council wishes to proceed otherwise. Councilmember Singh, you need to turn your microphone on.
I'd like to ask my colleagues if they would suspend the rules. And the reason for this is I've gotten a lot of emails that said we didn't do a lot of public process, which we did do a whole lot. But the people who have signed up to speak, I think, are coming from a lot of different agencies and angles, and I'm interested in hearing what the community has to say. I am in favor of shortening the time, though.
So what exactly is your motion?
I would like to hear from everyone for 3 minutes.
Okay, the motion's been made to modify your rules to listen to all the people who signed up on this item for up to 3 minutes. Vice Mayor Smith, your lights.
I'll second.
Oh, is there a second? Okay, there's a second. Vice Mayor Smith, did you
I was just going to discuss the motion. I appreciate the perspective that you're bringing, Councilman Singh, and obviously want to hear from as many people as possible. But there's been a number of times where I feel like we've had to have balance and fairness, and I feel like whether there's 4 on one side and 3 on the other, or 9 on one side and 3 on the other, I think that there's fairness required. So I've voted consistently not to allow for that. So no offense to that, but I'm going to stay with that approach.
Okay, the motion, does everyone understand we got more discussion over here. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to echo, I guess in the spirit of fairness, I'm not sure about my colleagues, but I actually received several emails from people who were on the opposite side that were opposed to this particular item and who stated that they were not going to be able to be here this evening. And so if we are talking in the spirit of fairness, I think to hear more on one side versus the other might be a little jaded. So because of that, I would not be in favor of hearing 9 versus 3, if you will. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this motion to modify your rules for speakers? Councilmember Ryder.
Yeah. Ms. Brooks, can you refresh my mind of how speaking is allowed at the Planning Commission, like number of speakers or amount of time and how it's allotted? It's different than our rules, I know that, but I just relevant to the question at hand.
It is. Amy Brooks, Knoxville County Planning. At the Planning Commission, individuals are given up to 5 minutes to speak. They are asked not to repeat previous speakers, but there's not specific rules like you all have in terms of 3 and 3.
But you don't allow an unlimited number of speakers at the Planning Commission?
Mm-hmm. Yes. I mean, yes.
Okay. Okay. I thought there was one body, or maybe it's a certain type of appeal or something, or maybe it's BZA, I can't remember, where it's a certain number of minutes per side. Is that not the case?
Yes. So a total of 5 minutes per side, but they often will grant additional minutes to both opposition and those at 4.
Okay.
I can't speak to BZA.
Okay. All right.
Any other Vice Mayor Smith?
Mayor, I just want to add, I would be more inclined to support this if it were 6 and 6 or 9 and 9 or 5 and 5, but because it's uneven, that's my reason.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion to change the rules on this particular item, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion fails. We'll go back to the calling them as 3, 4, and then 3 in opposition. First person to speak in favor of this is Parker Bartholomew. Mr. Bartholomew.
Parker Bartholomew, 5406 Summit Ridge. A healthy neighborhood is one where people from many different walks of life live. The elderly couple is next to the middle-aged family with kids, next to the single millennial, next to the elderly widow who's lived at the neighborhood for 50 years, next to the first-time home buyer, next to the 3 single college roommates. Exclusionary zoning is one of the main causes of the current housing shortage. Currently in Knoxville, either there are no units or the units that are available are priced out of reach for the majority of the people. We created this with our decades of zoning policy excluding anything other than single-family residential on large lots. In Knoxville, that's over 70% of the land. One thing that everyone can agree on with MMH is that it will allow for more units. A vote for MMH is a vote for increasing housing supply. Prices are skyrocketing, population is growing, rental vacancy rates are under 3%, and homelessness is surging. Thousands are waiting for affordable units. 60% of households in Knoxville are cost burdened, meaning they're spending more than 30% of their income on housing. It's no surprise that we see a massive increase in mental health issues, drug overdoses, and other social problems. A vote for MMH is a vote for more affordable housing. Home ownership is the #1 wealth creator for individuals. When I think back to my first apartment, my first home, I'm grateful that I was looking for a house 20 years ago. I think many that are trying to protect the character of neighborhoods would also agree that they would not be able to purchase their home or move into their current neighborhood if they have the same challenges back then as we have today. Climbing up the social ladder is impossible when the first couple rungs have been removed. A vote for MMH is a vote for increased opportunity for the people of Knoxville. The fear of existing homes being carved up is just not warranted. Current building codes will prevent those conversions. Firewalls that go from the ground to above the roof are required. You would literally need to cut the houses in 2. After 2 units, the house will need to be sprinkled. The cost is just too high. If you have any doubt about what I'm saying, please ask the building department the level of renovation that would be required for triplexes and fourplexes. The median price for a house in Knoxville is over $400,000, with a mortgage payment around $2,700 per month. This requires a yearly income of over $85,000. Here are the people that cannot live in our neighborhoods without MMH. Police officers, firefighters, teachers, most city and county workers, KUB workers, social workers, and on this week, snowplow drivers. Even in a 2-income household, when you double those salaries of the people that I just listed, it's not possible without being severely cost burdened. When a city or a neighborhood will not allow these folks to live, we have a major problem. Preserving the character of a neighborhood screams at the same arguments used during redlining. You must be able to look past these fears and see the damage that exclusionary single-family residential zoning has caused. Passage of MMH will show that those not in the upper income levels deserve the same opportunities for housing. The first thing we must do is increase the supply of homes. MMH allows us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person speaking in favor of this is Drew Harper. Take careful. If you could state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Cool. Thank you for the 5 minutes. My name is Drew Harper. I live at 4318 Washington Pike, number 101. I am a small-scale incremental developer. I am vice president of Yes Knoxville. I am the Democratic nominee or candidate for assessor property in Knox County, and I'm also policy director of Forward Focus Knoxville, which is an organization that helps elect progressive and Democratic candidates to local office. And because we believe in the importance of making positive progress, right? We've helped some of your campaigns, whether you know it or not, and because we believe change is important. I recently saw the policy platform from the Trump-aligned Heritage Foundation they're planning out his second term, which includes the lines such as a conservative administration should oppose any effort to weaken single-family zoning. It also says that the next Congress should prioritize support for single-family zoning or for single-family homes. If you haven't seen that document, it's horrifying, and I encourage you to check it out. By contrast, the Democratic National Committee's policy platform says Democrats believe that government should take aggressive action in increasing the supply of homes, especially affordable housing. not exclusively affordable housing, especially affordable housing. Democrats believe that the government should take aggressive action in increasing the supply of housing. On a national level, dozens of representatives, including Ilhan Omar and Maxwell Frost and Katie Porter, have signed on to the People Over Parking Act, which would eliminate parking mandates by transit nationwide. Pretty cool, and I know that's part of this, is reducing parking mandates. And they've had a lot of success. Other cities like us have passed more sweeping reforms than this one. And there's a lot of good things coming down the pike. There is a term for people who are skeptical of incremental reform and defer to the status quo when faced with these decisions. That term is conservative. William F. Buckley famously defines that a conservative is someone who stands athwart history yelling, "Stop." And to him, that of course is a good thing, right? It's a courageous act to slow down the change. I happen to completely disagree. I think that the courageous thing is exactly the opposite, to champion progressive change and reform. So, let's look at my speech. Bucking the status quo will require courage, risk-taking, and leadership. Tonight, council's votes will speak louder than words. I respectfully ask you, if you align more closely with the Far Right Heritage Foundation or the Center-Left Democratic National Committee, do your votes align more with William F. Buckley or Katie Porter? Thank you.
Thank you. Next person signed up to speak in favor of this is Dustin Durham. Mr. Durham? Oh, are you switching out to?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Sale, Hanson Sale, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Hanson Sale here with East Tennessee Realtors. To speak in support of this resolution, the housing crisis is real. Home prices in Knoxville have increased 85% since 2019. So a house that was $250,000 then is now worth an average of $462,000. This is a crisis that touches the lives of our friends, our neighbors, many of our city's most essential workers, those who keep our community safe, teach our children, and respond to our medical emergencies. The data bears it out. According to our research, the starting salary for a KPD officer is enough to afford exactly 2% of homes listed for sale in Knox County. A teacher, 2%. A registered nurse, 5%. These are the people who are hurt the most when we fail to address the structural faults in our land use policies. Obviously, we have an obligation to listen earnestly to the concerns of our fellow citizens, but we also have a duty to grapple with uncomfortable realities. When we say no to reforms that help increase the housing supply, who are we saying no to? Is it the young family looking for their first home, the retiree searching for an affordable place to spend their golden years, or the young professionals that we champion as defining what will be Knoxville? To achieve the goal of a city where housing is abundant for all, we have to grapple with those uncomfortable realities. We have to grapple with the fact that our land use policies today are in part why our community has for well over a decade failed to produce the amount of housing we need. A symptom of the structural impediments and the outdated land use policies that don't reflect our current housing needs. This isn't a political issue. It's not a right or a left issue. It's a we have to care about our residents and meet the needs of our community issue. People on both sides of the aisle can recognize that this is an important issue, something that we have to address, and sometimes that requires uncomfortable realities and uncomfortable votes. But doing the right thing doesn't always feel great. And some of the most towering achievements that we have had in this country and in this city were not broadly supported by some people at the time, but we had to do it because it was the right thing to do. And for these reasons, our associations and many of the people in this audience are asking for your vote to advance these amendments as one of the many land use reforms that will help us ensure that affordable housing is safe and within reach for all Knoxvillians. Again, it's not a political issue. It's a decency and government issue. We have to meet the needs, the people who are on the streets today, the people who most need housing. We can't listen to, many of these neighborhoods, particularly the TDR, were built before land use regulations even existed. And we're trying to impose modern land use requirements like onerous parking requirements and banning single-family rentals, or not single-family rentals, but only keeping single-family homes and nothing else. These neighborhoods that we're talking about, they were built before all of that. And so really, this is to honor the character of our neighborhoods, to go back to what we were. I listened to a great presentation from a student at UT that showed us a beautiful map of Park Ridge and showed us that there was 15 different types of commercial establishments in Park Ridge. Today, there's only one. We're honoring our history by passing new regulations that recognize that our neighborhoods have always been vibrant. And I hope you will support that today and recognize that people across the political spectrum can come together and support housing because it's a basic human right. And we have arbitrary limits on the most basic and fundamental of human rights in this country. And I hope you vote to support it.
Thank you. Next up are three people who are speaking in opposition to this item. First is Deborah Thomas. Ms. Thomas? Deb Thomas? Okay. If you could come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and you will have up to 5 minutes.
First of all, this isn't part of my speech. I would like to state that I'm not and never have been a Trump supporter. My name is Deborah Thomas. I've lived in Oakwood for 28 years, and I object to being limited to 3 minutes, but I'm glad we've got our 5, to speak against a zoning ordinance that impacts myself and neighbors. I know neighbors that object to this and couldn't navigate the planning website to say so. Other neighbors are afraid to speak up or don't understand what is going on. Still, other neighbors think this is about affordability, so they support it. This is essentially a rezoning without proper notice or meetings to discuss it. It's not about affordability, as was explained to us by planners. You cannot beat supply and demand when Tennessee is third in the country for growth. You cannot beat supply and demand when investors own a third of real estate and young people cannot afford to buy their first, and in my case, only home. Not to mention interest rates, which were almost 9% when we bought our affordable home in the 90s. The median income for areas like Oakwood is around $50,000, most likely less in Lonsdale and parts of East Knoxville. This disproportionately impacts low-income neighborhoods. I cannot speak for other neighborhoods as far as demolition and gentrification, but it is certainly happening in Oakwood. I hope city council members reviewed my pictures of demolitions. We also have many people parking in front yards already, so decreasing parking requirements may increase profits for developers, but it doesn't help neighbors walking or driving down crowded streets. We already have density and diversity, if you read my email. Passing the missing middle ordinance will accelerate gentrification and decrease workforce housing availability. This will not help our local communities. We only have 5 empty lots in the area that I outlined for you in email. This ordinance is heartless if it does not contain demolition protection for existing workforce housing, limit the zoning change to currently empty lots, increase the parking requirements to 1 space per unit, and regulate Airbnb instead of deregulating our zoning. We need to focus on the empty corridors, not existing neighborhoods. So who does this benefit? Not the neighbors who are being pushed out, like my neighbor from Mexico who didn't have a hot water heater for 3 months. When she left, the property was upgraded and is now an Airbnb. This will benefit realtors and investors. In closing, this is not a solution. If anything, it will increase housing prices in general and further eliminate existing workforce housing. And this will not fix the bus system either. This is rushed, it's not vetted, and there's not enough residential input. Please postpone this and have more meetings, presentations, and workshops. Delay this until the council workshop in February. It was also mentioned at the planning meetings that the local realtors help pay for the Optico study this ordinance is based on. I'd like clarification of that. Bob Wetzel still opposes this and told me to say so, but couldn't make it tonight. I want to thank you for the limited time to speak, and
You have you have the full 5 minutes, Ms. Thomas.
yes, and I can
yeah.
yield my time to
Okay.
Larry. He's right on the money, and I anticipated a 3-minute limit.
Okay. Just for the record, everybody gets up to 5 minutes. If you don't use it, then you can't extend it to another person to add to their 5. Next person signed up to speak and against this measure is Larry Silverstein. If you could start by stating your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Larry Silverstein, 7808 Sheffield Drive. I'm speaking on behalf of Community Forum. Earlier today, I emailed City Council members a comprehensive document about Agenda Item 12B. We are requesting that this item be postponed for at least 60 days. Many people still cannot get down their driveways, and the schools were still closed today. A postponement would allow time for City Council to hold a workshop with public participation for the first time since September 28, 2023. A workshop is necessary to closely examine the proposed amendments, which includes many important changes since the previous workshop, including RN1 for duplexes. If City Council does not postpone and agree to schedule a workshop, then we respectfully request and urge you to vote against these amendments. Community Forum previously wrote to City Council before the workshop on September 28th. We detailed concerns about the text and the rush to get this through Knox Planning on October 5th. After a 5-5 tie, they postponed this until December 14th. The Planning Commission made important revisions to their recommendation at that meeting, including the parking standards, which were reduced from 1 required off-street parking place per dwelling unit to none if located within 1/4 mile of a transit route, and 0.7 spaces per dwelling unit if not near a transit route. This mistakenly assumes that people living near a transit route do not own cars. 1 duplex might have 4 cars and 0 required off-street parking if near a transit route. This revision needs to be removed from the recommendation. None of those changes have been debated or considered by City Council. Many in the public don't even know about this change, which was proposed by the realtors and developers, not the city. A workshop is necessary to discuss and carefully consider every line in the ordinances amendments. As with the Recode City Council workshops, the public should be allowed to participate in the discussion. Yes, it is a tedious process, but it must be done. We must be sure that everything in the ordinances is clearly written and enforceable. We need to consider unintended negative consequences. Few members of the public really understand the impact these amendments will have. We fear that affordable housing properties will be purchased by investors, many from out of state, who will tear down the house, which is affordable housing, and replace it with something new that clearly will not be affordable housing. This will displace residents at a time when finding comparable affordable housing is very difficult. Our letter details amendment text and substantive issues with the amendments on your agenda. These amendments amount to a rezoning of 15,835 residential parcels in RN1, 2, 3, and 4, which are located in the traditional neighborhood residential district known as TDR. It is not being called a rezoning, and it is not going through the normal rezoning process, but in reality, that is the result. What one reasonably thought was their zoning suddenly isn't. People bought and invested in their properties, knowing what was allowed to be built in their neighborhood based on the zoning and sector plan. Now, without their participation in a public meeting, their property could be adversely affected and their neighborhood could change dramatically with the addition of housing types previously prohibited in that area. These amendments are changing the uses allowed without a public hearing or public notice. The public is largely not even aware that this would be the result of these amendments. How many of these property owners in TDR requested this change to their neighborhood? Are City Council members prepared to defend such an unprecedented drastic action when many people discover what happened to their neighborhood because of 2 votes at City Council? There are concerns about the administrative review approval process of all requests for middle housing and the complete lack of public process. This process takes place in planning staff offices. How will the public know there's middle housing request under review by planning staff? How do they know they can appeal to planning commission? The first notice a neighbor might get is the start of construction. Some special uses will become permitted uses and others not allowed currently in the zoning district will be allowed. These are enormous changes in our administrative rezonings. Provisions in the zoning ordinance must be enforceable. Words must be defined and not vague. We support alternatives such as utilizing major corridors with plenty of vacant space. What is being proposed will have adverse impact on property owners and long-established neighborhoods. This is not about affordable housing, but it could affect it in a terrible way. This should not be approved at the current time, and perhaps not at all. We respectfully request you to postpone item 12B to allow for much more vetting of the amendments and to allow more public participation in a workshop. And if you had not had a chance to read my letter, I hope you will go back and read it because I've had to omit one paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person signed up to speak against this item is Rick Roach. Mr. Roach. You'll have up to 5 minutes if you start by stating your name and address for the record.
Rick Roach, Knoxville. Little history. I'm old enough to let you all know I grew up through urban removal. I don't call it renewal, it was removal. And you can look out and you can see, because this is what it's really about. It's about what a community, what a neighborhood, what a group of people have, what the neighborhood looks like, what the community looks like, the resources, the things that make a community, how they're established, but when they're taken away, when you may have some thoughts on this. Zoning is not the issue. A good developer, a bad developer, you work your way through the process, okay? You already have it in place. Think about this. We just watched a gentleman go through a variance process and you all voted on it, okay? You make changes when you want to make changes, if it fits your agenda, okay? So I watched perfectly decent neighborhoods wiped out, and nothing's ever replaced those homes, that community. That's how far legislative local bodies in Knoxville, Tennessee, called City Council, have gone. And you have failed to do the hard things in terms of giving communities, and let's bring it in. Let's bring it in. It's about race, so-called race. Okay, black folk got wiped out. Okay, all through East Knoxville and Mechanicsville, Lonsdale, got wiped out, moved, changed up on, power taken away. They have no community power, empowerment. Okay, and we've gone through different phases of this, and I've participated in some of those processes where the city couldn't make a commitment, so you jumped in on these federal programs and everything, and all this money came through, and we're in worse shape now. We have a housing crisis, and the only reason you're talking about it now is because a bunch of young white folk are having a hard time finding a place to live. Let's be real. So if you all I don't want to sit around here and wait for the final picture to take shape, because then it's too late. I repeat, then it is too late. And whatever your agendas are, okay, if you start from a position of goodwill, that's fine. But you better have people at the table who are going to be affected one way or the other. You've never done that. I know, because I've gone through those processes and I've spoken the truth about a situation just based on my own experiences and other people like me's experiences, and you don't listen. You don't. And it's got to get to the point where either you make those hard decisions and quit blowing smoke up people's behinds, or you're going to have social disorder. You're just going to have the haves and the have-nots. It is that simple. And that might not come in my life, in the rest of my lifetime. It might not happen, but it will happen. And then people are going to write about you guys, well, city council didn't do the right thing. Listen, you've got communities that don't have schools in them. Those were communities primarily occupied by a majority black population. That was deliberate. Understand that. That was deliberate. You wiped out churches. But you can talk to your dad about that, about moving worship centers away, out of a community. And then some of them got reestablished, but a bunch of them didn't. Okay? So we're talking about social construction. That's what you guys do at the end of the day. And I hate to say it, but I don't expect much from you guys. I really don't. Overall, collectively. Because people are without services, okay? And this is rough out here. You guys know it.
Thank you. That concludes the public speaking on this item. Councilmember Ryder.
Yeah.
There's a motion on the floor.
So, sorry, I'm not really good at writing speeches, and I kind of freewheel my time, so that's where I'm going to start. And there's a variety of concerns and questions that have been raised. I had made a motion for this. I attended many meetings with my neighborhoods, and some of them were very positive. I want to point out to you guys, Will passed out to my colleagues up here this color copy. That's for me, and I'll just explain to you what it is if you don't mind following along. The first page is a fourplex that I lived in, missing middle housing. And the reason it has two pictures on the page there is I just wanted you to see all the single-family houses that surround it. On the left side of the top frame is an infill brick home in the historic area there, north of the interstate. And so the second structure is the fourplex that I lived in. It was a studio apartment. And as you can see, the scale matches all of the houses on both sides of the street all the way around. And it was historic, it was old. The second page, if you turn to it, which is the structure on North Park, is an Italianate house that was renovated by a family I was a nanny for. It was an upper and a lower. Both doors face Park in the Chatham Arch neighborhood. And if not but for, I may not have met Stephen Ryder. His former roommate was an occupant down below, a med student, and I was a nanny for a med student above. You can't see in the pictures, there's teeny tiny little windows. I had a futon bed on the floor in the attic space up there. The third page is 432 East 11th Street. That was what you see in the picture are 5 of 10 infill townhouses that were built in the year 2000. The first 5 were built in 2000. I think the second 5 were built, it was built in phases. These were vacant remnant lots that were created by the interstate. Each unit had 1 parking space per the 3-bedroom. We had a garage that we got to down the alley in the back. And as you can see there on the end, you see 2 shared parking spaces. Those were the visitor spaces. So the other 5 units had 2 visitor spaces. We had 2 visitor spaces, and we had our parking spaces back behind, 1 per unit in our garages. I've lived in missing middle housing. I didn't know that's what it was when I lived there. And that gave me the opportunity to be a renter and then live in structures in my neighborhood. I purchased the townhouse and we sold it and we moved here. That turned me on into being into historic walkable neighborhoods after growing up in a trailer in the woods near nobody, 7 miles from my school, from my grocery store. I hated growing up that way. I love living in walkable communities. Having a variety of types of structures in the area. And by the way, demolition is not an issue up there, and I'll ask Ms. Crockett to touch on that in a second. Nothing was torn down to build the new townhouses. The other things were historic, or old. They were old, whatever, if using the word historic is a turnoff. Since the conversations and the presentation from Opticos came up, I've done a lot of research and study and listened to a lot of podcasts and read books about the history of zoning and find the origins of single-family housing, which started about 1916. Actually, the first place it passed was Berkeley, California. And I find its origins and its rationale to be offensive. And so I cannot say that it makes sense to only support single-family housing, especially when I look around the historic neighborhoods in our community, and there are all of these types of housing. Also, in my few seconds I have left before we open the fields to discussion, I have a neighbor couple that just had to move because there were limited options for them to stay. They were aging out of their home. They needed something that was one level. The wife was a former president of my neighborhood and did not want to leave our neighborhood, but couldn't find anything to be able to age in the neighborhood. And that's what happens when you don't have a variety of types of housing. You don't have entry options, and you don't have later in life options for people to be able to stay. And I asked that person today, if I built something that was a duplex and single level and met your needs, would you want to move back and did you want to stay? And their answer was yes. But they were forced to leave because there wasn't enough housing there. I'll cede and let somebody else speak before I speak again.
Thank you, Councilmember Ryder. I'll just offer that I currently live in an example of a stacked duplex in one of the neighborhoods in the traditional neighborhood zones that will be affected by this middle housing proposal. I think I'm a pretty good neighbor. My tenants throughout the time we've lived here have always been good neighbors, and I know that from the outside, the definition of middle housing that resonates most with me is that it's house scale. It doesn't look out of character with the neighborhood, but it just has more than one household in it. And I've been living in that the last 23 years, but also I've lived in middle housing examples in other places I've lived as a renter as well. And again, it's not necessarily the choice that everybody prefers, depending on your preferences, depending on your budget, depending on your stage in life and how many people are in your household. But for the many people right now who are looking for housing, it can create more housing supply within the same amount of space. So it's more supply, it's more sustainable, it's more walkable. It's just in alignment with a lot of the goals of this city. And I'm really grateful for your consideration and hope for your support this evening. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate everyone coming and talking to us about this tonight. I have some questions. So, Director Swanson, I kind of want to start with you, based on some of the feedback I've heard and then some of the things we heard tonight. But having reviewed this ordinance change and given the proposal changes uses in an area, specifically here the TDR, is this ordinance change required to go through the normal rezoning process?
Well, the ordinance change is in fact required to go through the normal rezoning process, and it has been through the normal rezoning process, which is initiated before planning and then ultimately arrives here.
So based on the process that this ordinance change has gone through, council is within its ability to move forward with this, and you don't have to do individual rezonings for each of the properties?
Oh, no. Okay. Those are individual rezonings for individual parcels of property. What we're talking about here is a change in the zoning code itself that applies to various districts, and those will apply to all of the parcels of property that are located within the particular district to which they apply. And so you don't have to come back and go through individual rezonings.
Okay, thank you. Director Brooks, we heard mention of some of the changes that were made with regard to parking. That went through the planning commissioners making that in their meeting in December. My question for you is, did planning staff have a chance to review those parking changes since the way it came up in the meeting?
As you mentioned, Councilmember, the changes that were made to the parking standards happened in the meeting itself, which is within the purview of the Planning Commission to do on any agenda item before them. So staff did not review them in advance, no.
Do you have any sense for, I mean, this is a difficult question, but is there anything out of line with what is being proposed from the parking changes from what you're seeing and what you would expect staff's reaction to be?
You do point out that that'd be challenging. I cannot say for sure if our recommendation would be different if we had been asked to review the proposal in advance, but I can tell you that planning staff have no concerns with what has been recommended by Planning Commission.
Okay. And then I wanted to turn to our Chief Policy Officer, Ms. Ball. One of the concerns that I had after our workshop in September was that the appeals process be laid out well in the ordinance for the public. And looking at section 4.6G, I see that reference is made in that section to that staff approval or denial under the section can be appealed to Planning Commission and Council under Article 16.12A. Am I reading that appeal process correctly, that, you know, basically what's being said there is if there was an issue with the staff approval process from either party, that they could then appeal to Planning Commission and that could eventually come to Council, just like we see in a lot of other instances?
I want to make sure that Mr. Swanson feels free to weigh in on this with me, and also Amy, Ms. Brooks as well. It is our understanding that the intent here is to assure that there is that process indeed, and that you basically have stated it exactly the way that I understand it.
Okay. And then in reviewing the Opticos report, which is where this really kind of originates, is coming from that with this missing middle proposal. If I read that report correctly, and my understanding from the discussions that we've all had in workshops and elsewhere, this proposal is appropriate within the TDR because of the grid pattern, the sidewalks and the bus services, the infrastructure basically that is in the TDR. Is that basically correct? Is that why the TDR has been selected here?
Absolutely. As we looked at the geography of Knoxville and where there were walkable, bikeable communities, where there was transit support, where there were neighborhood servicing businesses within a walkable and bikeable area, the TDR geography ended up lining up really well with where our strongest infrastructure already exists.
Thank you. My time expired, so I'll have to come back.
Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to ask a question. Not sure who wants to jump in and answer this question, but I just want to ensure that, let's say, a building permit is pulled by a developer at one of these in the TDR neighborhood that's identified in a lot. Will they still have signage out in advance that there's been permits pulled, that there will be some building? I know that in a lot of the emails and phone calls, people have said that, you know, how are we going to know until we start seeing some construction, and giving them an opportunity to be able to take a look or call planning staff to find out exactly what level of missing middle housing will be being built in their neighborhood.
Ms. Ball?
I definitely will be happy to give, actually, I think Ms. Brooks might be the most appropriate person to go first on this, and if I need to chime in as well.
I'd be happy to do so. As currently proposed, there is not a sign requirement to be posted for these particular projects because it is a permitted use and not a special use. We have a mechanism to post all applications, whether or not they are administrative or require Planning Commission approval on our website. We already do this for other administrative approvals such as plats. You can go on our website and find all plats that have been submitted for review and approval. And we also do that for level 1 certificate of approvals for our overlays.
So if I could clarify, so building permits are what you asked about, like already building permits are posted in people's property. And then, so if someone's doing a renovation or building, those are already on the property and that wouldn't change at all on this, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So those things are going to be the same when this passes, just the way they are now.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Fugit, and then we'll go back to Ryder.
Thank you. I just have a question. I know that the intent of this is to not have demolitions. That's what I hear people are really concerned about, is that you're going to be able to tear down something, build something back. It'll be more expensive. It might negate the affordability price. And I do think we need to be very clear and understand that more housing makes housing affordable, but middle housing is not necessarily affordable housing. It can have an impact, but some units, if they're built new, are going to cost what they cost, just like new construction. So I don't want us to mix those things up. They are both good things. New construction and affordable housing can be the same thing, but missing middle is not always affordable. My question is, what about demolition permits? What is I should know this, but I don't remember it because I watched a house in my neighborhood get torn down and I don't recall any sort of permits about a demolition permit. And I think that's something that people are afraid of as well, that one day a house will be being torn down and they didn't know about that. Is there a process?
Well, first, as you point out, sometimes things can be demolished right now with or without this, because it's private property. I think our historic overlay districts require demolition permit with a waiting period. I don't remember the particulars, Ms. Ball.
That's true. Specific to historic properties, there is an additional delay. There is a demolition permitting process in the city of Knoxville, and if you have specific questions about that particular process, I probably would call on Brian Berry to speak to that specifically.
Mr. Berry, could you come to the podium and explain the demolition, the way it is now, and the way, if it would be changed, if so, how, by middle housing proposal?
Sure. Brian Berry, City of Knoxville, Plans Review and Building Inspections. The way the demolition process is currently set up with the city is an individual will make application for demolition. And as you had said, that there are properties that are identified in the H1 or NC1 overlays where when demolition permits are applied for, we reach out to planning and notify them that these demolition applications have been made, and they in turn go through the process that's set up through those overlays. As of right now, within the middle housing, there's not, to my knowledge, anything set up for a demolition of a property if it's outside of those overlays.
And thank you. I mean, my point was just that just because it's an old neighborhood doesn't mean it's protected by a historic overlay. Demolition is demolition. And from a property rights standpoint, if you own the property at this point, you can just pull a permit and demolish it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ryder?
Yeah, Ms. Crockett, you and I talked about this because this was one of the big concerns. The historic zoning, the H1 neighborhoods with H1 overlays have demolition protection. The neighborhood conservation districts also have that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and I know that includes Emerald and Fairmont. Keep going.
Yes, so if you'd like the neighborhoods in this area that includes.
Sure, yeah.
That's Edgewood, Park City, Fairmont, Emeryland, Fourth and Gill, Mechanicsville, and Old North Knoxville.
When you say Edgewood, Park City, not all of it, though?
Not all
the
of
way
it.
to Cherry?
The historic overlay, not the National Register overlay.
Okay.
And if I could also clarify, the demolition delay, that's part of the building code. Planning staff, in particular the person named the historic preservation planner in the code, reviews all demolition permits that are pulled in the city of Knoxville. So I receive an email from someone, the permit techs at Plans Review, every time any demolition permit is pulled, and we review them for historic significance. It doesn't have to be an H or NC overlay for a 60-day demolition delay to be enacted. Typically, we use those for that have local historic significance or are on the National Register but don't have formal designation. Properties that are in an H or NC overlay go through an additional review process for demolition by the Historic Zoning Commission.
Okay, so there's a larger percentage of properties in the TDR that don't have overlay protection, like NC, and to also be clear, NC overlay does not require some of the same guidelines that say Fourth and Gill, Park Ridge, Old North have, Mechanicsville, correct? The NC overlay is a lot less restrictive.
The individual districts have different design guidelines. So Fairmont, Emerylands are different from another NC overlay. They all have demolition review baked into them, and that all goes through the Historic Zoning Commission. So the process is the same, whether it's H or NC.
But neighborhoods that don't currently have overlay, what's the minimum number of properties that we would have to group together to get protection from demolition?
For a historic overlay, it could be an individual property. We have many of those in the city and the county. For a neighborhood conservation overlay, the minimum area is 10 acres.
Okay. What are the other tools we have to prevent demolition? I think you and I talked about you have other tools. And I just want to point it out. So you're notified every time any demolition permit is pulled for. That means we already have a system in place to be able to count, tally, and monitor demolitions.
Yes, correct.
Okay, because that was one of the questions that has come up.
Correct.
Okay.
And Ms. Ryder, as I mentioned, we can then measure if there's any change that we think is attributable to middle housing and report back to council at least annually and more often if we see trends that are affecting things.
Yeah. So what other tools are there besides overlays and?
So we have current tools, and then we have potential future tools that could be incorporated. Right now, currently, we have historic or NC overlays in neighborhoods where that's appropriate. We have the demolition delay code, and there's the possibility to expand that. And then we also have in the middle housing standards, the conversion standards as a pretty critical tactic to disincentivize demolition, allowing these existing houses to be retained and converted to a middle housing form. There are additional potential tools, so expanding that demolition delay code, other creative city solutions like working with deconstruction or programs to support naturally occurring affordable housing, which I know Housing and Neighborhood Development's already working on, and then enacting requirements to submit plans for new construction along with demolition permit applications. We've seen that a lot of the municipalities that have adopted these types of codes have incorporated something like that as well.
Have we had discussions about expanding the delay ordinance that we have already?
We have not yet.
Okay, but that's a local ordinance that we could act upon and make pretty expedited changes to. Okay. I'll let my other colleague ask a question.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I had some similar comments to Councilman Fugit and Councilman Ryder. I think you've illustrated something that I think just want to point out is that we already have a mechanism to report demolition as it happens. Are there other metrics, either Ms. Ball or anybody else in the administration, that we will be monitoring? Can you talk about how we're going to quantify this? Because I think brass tacks, the goal of this is to provide more supply in neighborhoods so that people, even if adding more housing doesn't immediately reduce the average price of a house, I might be able to rent in the neighborhood that I want to live in, or I might be able to rent in a neighborhood that I want to buy in the future. So I've been in a similar circumstance as Ms. Councilman Ryder described, but what's really important is that if we're going to be bold and do something different and admit there's some risk associated with it, what does the data show? Because I do think demolition is a real logical concern. It's one that I've heard voiced everywhere, but what do the data from other cities show, and what data will we be measuring beyond just demolition permits to monitor progress?
Thank you. It is a topic that we've been discussing for some time now, the need to data track this initiative at many different levels. And, sometimes the laundry list of things that you look at is pretty extensive, but categorically, we would definitely be looking at demolitions. We'd be looking at the types of middle housing that are being permitted and constructed. We would look at details related to parking, and all of the different elements that you see in the different sections of this code are all things that we want to know information about so that we can identify if there are needs and opportunities for us to go in and make tweaks and changes. I think it's a really important thing that we remember that our code is a living and breathing document, and it has to adjust with us. And it's important that we are monitoring what's happening so that we can make adjustments if we see something that looks like it's not working the way that we had intended.
And did Planning Commission, I guess for Ms. Brooks, did Planning Commission require certain reporting on a reoccurring basis as a result of this?
Yes, Councilmember. They did ask for us to report out if this was to pass on at least a yearly basis. So if this was to pass, we would produce a report by December, if not earlier.
Okay. So this body, along with the rest of the public as part of Planning Commission, or just this body, will have access to those metrics. We will see the progress or lack thereof.
Yes.
We will see warnings. We will see demolitions. This body, if it moves fast enough, can stop some of these things, or as Ms. Crockett alluded to, we can amend our existing ordinances to put a stop on things if we see things going in the wrong direction. I just want to call, sorry.
I said correct.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know where the voice came,
Yeah.
sorry. So my point is, if we're going to be bold and make some changes that are a little uncomfortable, but we feel like allow for people who want to buy and particularly want to rent to live in neighborhoods where they cannot now, we have some metrics to look at and monitor. This is not a thing that's going to flash and change overnight. So that's some of the things, some of the concerns I've heard are real. But I think, Ms. Ball, part of the question I had earlier was, I've asked you multiple times, well, what has other cities seen? And I think your response to me is those cities haven't seen a significant increase in demolition.
That's correct.
Okay.
Other cities that have passed middle housing zoning code changes have not seen dramatic, really changes at all in their demolition permits. And so, we don't know for sure that will be the case here, but the other cities that have done something similar most certainly have not seen that be the case.
And obviously, I think most people in this room realize this is not citywide. There's a TDR designation. Some folks may be just paying attention for the first time, but that's a limited area that was designated. And it's, not a gamble citywide. It is a targeted new type of housing that we're implementing. I think I heard some, I guess, Mr. Sale, I would ask you to come back up if it's okay. I don't want to speak for all of my colleagues, but I feel confident that none of us want to make housing any more affordable than it already is. In fact, this council and this administration has acted in a number of ways to make housing as much affordable as we can make it. With that said, I think I heard arguments on both sides tonight for some of the speakers that this would actually make housing more unaffordable or displace folks more than we're already seeing. Can you tell us, I think you, I can feel confident in saying you know more about the housing data and the housing market here than most of the folks I know in the city. Can you talk about what the data shows as it relates to housing affordability before and after missing middle?
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, when you look back historically, which I think is the important part of this, when you look at housing completions in general as a share of the number of households you have, which is really the metric you need to look at, we've slowly been building less and less and less, and so there's part of this is just a supply problem. I mean, when you look at the rental vacancy rate has been hovering around 98%, which is virtually full when you talk about tenant turnover, that kind of stuff. I mean, a 100% occupancy rate's not really feasible. And then even on the homeowner occupied side, the housing stock, we're up in probably 97%, and generally speaking, a healthy rental occupancy rate, you want like 95% is what the metric is. And so what's been interesting is looking at some of the data on the other cities who have been working on missing middle. Minneapolis went a little bit farther, but what was very particularly interesting is the city of Minneapolis made some changes and the suburbs did not. So similar to what we're doing, and there was a really interesting analysis just published in a journal a few days ago showing that rent growth within the city limits was actually stalling fairly quickly. It was falling back down to about 1% year over year. The places outside of that in the suburbs were still seeing double-digit rent increases. So, I mean, part of this is finding a way to increase housing supplies, particularly in a way that is sustainable. And, you know, part of the affordability thing that we have not considered or don't talk about is 41% of people in the city of Knoxville consist of one person living alone. And a huge part of the affordability factor is, you know, you need a smaller unit. And when you look at the size of the composition of our housing stock today, you know, a very small percentage of our housing stock is that 1-2 bedroom size housing unit. And so essentially, you know, people have to pay more because their only option is a 2, 3, 4 bedroom, despite whether they need that much space or not. And so one critical piece of this is just that by nature or by virtue of the fact that these are going to be smaller units, they're relatively affordable compared to a single family home that might have a much larger square footage. And hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Sale. Councilmember Fugit. Oh, Mr. Roberto, you were next. Councilmember Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. Piggybacking on some of the discussion points that were just discussed and just kind of going into a little bit more detail, Ms. Ball, we talked about, when you and I were talking last, we talked about infrastructure. And we discussed just a moment ago about where, you know, infrastructure was and why the TDR was selected for this proposal. But my question for you is outside of the TDR. Is this plan appropriate? Is this proposal appropriate outside of the TDR?
This plan was developed specifically for the geography inside of the TDR and the somewhat consistent composition of the neighborhoods within the TDR. When you go outside of the TDR, of course, there are some neighborhoods that are similar outside of the TDR, but a large portion of the city of Knoxville outside of that geography is going to look and feel and have a very different character and composition, and therefore we would probably need a pretty different plan to execute this exact same thing across a broader cross-section of the city. It would have to look pretty different than what this plan is currently. Just as an example, sure. This was really, lots of thought was put into maintaining the character of the neighborhood. And there's lots of opportunities in this plan to do that very thing that might not fit outside of that TDR geography and might not maintain neighborhood consistency. So it would require us to look at it differently.
And that fit and consistency is really, a lot of focus is on what the infrastructure looks like in that area outside of the TDR. Is that fair?
Well, that's an additional issue, yes, certainly.
Okay. And are there any plans to expand this proposal outside of the TDR?
Not at this time.
And I wanted to get into the things you had seen in similar communities that have implemented this. Where did you end up seeing most of the activity when you looked at other cities that have done missing middle?
I would absolutely call on my colleagues with planning who have also done a significant amount of research to feel like they could chime in on this as well. The key thing that what we have heard from other cities that has happened is that it's been very incremental in the speed at which this type of housing begins to take place in neighborhoods. It isn't a significant rush of this type of housing. It does happen in an incremental way. Some cities have had very different composition than we do and had much larger geographies of vacant lots. Certainly vacant lots are clearly an easy and natural target for this type of housing, any type of housing really inside of any geographic area. So that's definitely where you're going to see a component of this, but I don't know that we could say that it would be there exclusively. Do you have anything, Ms. Brooks or Ms. Crockett, to add to that?
I would just echo, we did an extensive amount of research on state enabling legislations, municipalities nationwide, and then similar cities in the Southeast that have adopted these types of code amendments, and everything that Ms. Ball said is spot on. What we've found in all these municipalities is that it is generally incremental change, even when most of these code adoptions have been citywide instead of in specific land use areas. There are situations where extenuating circumstances can delay their rollout. So a lot of these were adopted around 2019, 2020. So the pandemic tended to slow the numbers down even more. So middle housing forms are going to be subject to the exact same things that all of the construction industry is subject to, costs, et cetera. And then the other sort of major takeaway that we found in these is that having a clear and efficient process and with a staff process is a critical aspect of that. But in general, it was incremental change, even in the municipalities that adopted it citywide, which was most of them.
And so from the beginning of this process, when we were going through the workshops and starting this discussion, this always seemed to me like what was being attempted was a focus on infill housing, primarily looking at what was going to happen in vacant lots. Is that panning out a lot? I mean, based on what you just said, it sounds like that's what's been happening in your research, but just wanted to see if that was correct.
Mm-hmm. In general, I would say yes. The data, I will say that might just be based on the data that's captured, because a lot of it is it's based on building permit data. So when someone is building something new, there are, at least in the city of Minneapolis from 2020 to 2022, there is a certain amount of duplexes. It was actually half and half. So there were, for example, 64 duplexes that were permitted. Those were 33 new builds and then 31 existing buildings that were converted. So it was a mixed there. Once you go up to triplexes, there were 14 new ones permitted and then 7 existing buildings. So it sort of decreases as the forms get larger.
Thank you,
I'm out of time.
Ms. Crockett. Just as a point of information, that was Minneapolis you were just citing, which is a much bigger city. I mean, I just think it's important that this is all giving property owners more options. Property owners still can do nothing with their property. They can leave it as a vacant lot or whatever current building's on it, or they can build a single-family detached home. And same with the parking restrictions. Those are just eliminating the minimum requirements or reducing them in some cases. But if a property owner's like, well, I want to build a duplex and have 4 parking spots, they're still allowed to do that. It gives them the options to exceed the minimums, but it doesn't require them to do so. So I think that's just something important. And also, as bold as this may be, the studies that we've done of other cities, the change is pretty incremental, and also our geographic area is limited to the traditional neighborhood zone, which we thought, based on our studies, was best fitting with the infrastructure, as Mr. Roberto also noted. Councilmember Fugit.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to say that we're all smart enough here to hold two thoughts in our mind at the same time. You can think that middle housing is good, and you can also be a little worried about what it might do. So I don't want us to cast aspersions on our friends and neighbors that have different viewpoints on this. Most things in life are not either all good or all bad. So I just kind of want that on the record. I think that middle housing is a good thing, but there are things that scare me about it. And I think people who have bought into a neighborhood thinking it's going to be one way, and all of a sudden it's changing, it's not unreasonable for them to be concerned. That's their largest investment they have ever made in their life. And it's not something that we should rather cavalierly dismiss. Now, the preaching has stopped. So what I will say is one of the things that concerns me a little bit about this is I know we can make changes, but a year's a long time to hear how things are going. And once a project starts, you don't stop it. So, I mean, I would be very interested to see, 6 months just to touch base with us. I know planning required a year, but I think as a council person, if this passes, I would like some feedback in 6 months. How's it going? Are we seeing any uptick? What are the problems we're running into? Because I would rather fix it sooner than a year from now. So
that's fine. I'm happy to do that.
We can certainly do that.
I just think it's reasonable, and especially knowing that one of the concerns I think our citizens have when we make these kind of changes is how do we know what's happening? Like with the ADU thing, we don't really know. There wasn't a system in place when we started counting them, so we're not real sure how many we've got. So I'm very pleased to hear that, building permits will help us tell the tale. What I think I just heard you say, though, is a conversion to a duplex would require nobody knowing anything. Because that's just...
Well, there's a lot of permits that you would need to pull to get the fire things ready, so the permits will still be posted.
Okay.
I
just think people in neighborhoods need to understand that, because I think what people don't want to wake up to is one day something going on next door that they had no idea was coming. So it doesn't mean that I think middle housing is a bad thing, but I think we have to respect the fact that we've had single-family housing for a very long time. Most everybody living now that owns a home, that's what they bought into. That's what we've had. I do think traditional neighborhoods, this is the right place to start it. I think it meets the character of what was there before, but I can understand why people are concerned how this will change what they bought into. And so I just want us to be very cognizant that if this passes, that we are looking at this in 6 months, sort of on a rolling 6-month basis to see if it's getting out of line.
Yes, I'm happy to provide such an update, and every 6 months, as long as I'm there, that's fine. Councilmember Ryder.
Yeah, I'm going to try and do as many things as I can in 5 minutes. First off, I want to say one of the reasons that I voted to hear from all the speakers, I just want to point out to my colleagues, there are a number of people sitting out there that live in the neighborhoods in my district that didn't get to speak. We heard from some people that didn't, that were in favor, but I wanted everyone to know there are people that are. Mr. Shelso, I'm actually going to call on you, so if you want to start making your way to the mic, because I have a question for you. Cheryl Ball and Ms. Brooks, I have a question real quick while he's making his way to the podium. In section 4.6G, administrative variations, variances, and appeals, there's part 1, and there's A, and within A, there's little lowercase letter I, double I, triple I, and then 4. I guess it's lowercase Roman numeral 4. Front setbacks, a decrease in minimum front setbacks up to 50%, provided the setback is consistent with the One of the questions sent to us is, should that be block face instead of neighborhood? Because what is the neighborhood? The way that we use our terminology and all the things we adopted in Recode is block face.
Yes, council member, we agree. It should be block face. That would make more sense in the way we
Okay.
measure.
Okay, in just a second. I'm not going to use my 5 minutes to make a motion. Mr. Shelso, you and I had a conversation about banking the other day, because I don't know as much about it as my colleague, Councilwoman Fugit. And so I had to rely, and I can't talk to her about these issues because we're voting. One of the big concerns out of a lot of people is that missing middle housing all ends up being rentals. And my questions to you were, how does one sell a piece or a portion if it's a quad, a tri, a duplex? So could you, for the record, help everyone understand what you told me is that these could be sellable units, not necessarily rentals to bring new neighbors in that are owners?
Yeah, that's correct. Nathaniel Shelso, 237 Dederick Avenue. We were discussing some of the financing options. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, they support 1 to 4 family houses being sold to owner occupants. You can actually count income in the additional units towards that owner occupant's purchase. So there's that aspect of promoting ownership within these types of properties. But then additionally, they can be condoed out. Our state has a law that allows them to be condoed out as small as a duplex up to an unlimited number. And it's a pretty standard law that was passed in 2008 to kind of bring in some uniformity to it. Basically, it just makes a small miniature homeowners association between 2 people, and then one half can be sold off individually. So it's not just rentals that can be built; they can become owner occupied.
So you could have a duplex and you have 2 different owners because they're owning each one of the condos. Correct. And then the other thing you and I discussed, because I confirmed it with you because I heard it in a podcast, was let's say someone wants to buy their first home and it happens to be a duplex or something. They can get an FHA loan for a duplex or something larger, and it's a 3.5% down payment with a credit score of 580 or more.
Correct. So that's one program, an FHA loan, but also Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac also have conventional loan programs where you can go down to 5%, which doesn't have the mortgage insurance aspect that FHA does long-term. But yeah, there are multiple low down payment options to get ownership in these types of structures.
And those with veterans benefits
Yeah,
can
they
do
get up to 100, yeah.
100%, so a
financing.
0% down
Yeah.
payment. So just by creating more housing types, there's more places for people to rent, but there's other options for somebody that doesn't want to own a large home. Okay, all right, I appreciate it. My time's going to wind out. I'm going to make a motion to amend 4.6.G1-A, Roman numeral lowercase 4, to say front setbacks, a decrease in minimum front setbacks up to 50%, provided the setback is consistent with the block face. So the word neighborhood becomes block face.
Second.
I'm not saying there might not be other
Motion to amend from the word neighborhood to block face per what she just said has been made and seconded. This, I couldn't repeat what you just said. Does anybody have any questions about this amendment? It was seconded. Ms. McKenzie, is your question about the amendment? Okay, so let's vote on this amendment. I think Mr. Smith did. All those in favor of this language change, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment carries. Now back to the original motion, Councilmember McKenzie, and then we'll go to Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question. In our packet, in the map that we see that's highlighted, which are the, and there's some shaded that are the vacant lots, correct?
Ms. Brooks, are the shaded lots in the map vacant lots? Or Ms. Crockett?
Is that the one on the last page of the packet from Planning Commission?
Is it titled RN1 zoning districts?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. This map just highlights In the gray area, that's the TDR, the vacant, I'm sorry, excuse me, I have a hard time reading this. My eyesight's getting worse as I get older. You have outlined the TDR, and then you have highlighted here, this is specifically to call out the RN1 zone properties, and then it also identifies which of those RN1s are vacant. So specific to RN1.
Correct. Gosh, it's like 700 and something. Mine popped off. My question is, do we know, based on that map, what percentage of those are private property-owned lots versus city-owned lots? Do we have that information?
We do not have that information readily available tonight. It's something that we could look into, but.
We could probably get that between first and second reading if you want.
Yeah, that would be good for us to know in looking at the map and these properties. I'd like to know that information. Thank you.
Turn on your mic. Yeah.
Ms. Brooks, is that the map that you emailed to me today?
No, Councilwoman, it is not.
Okay, because I've asked Mr. Johnson to send that map to all my colleagues.
Okay. Councilmember McKenzie, do you have more questions? Okay, Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you. I want to just highlight one of the things that Councilwoman Fugit said about people want visibility to this and enforcement. Given that the only kind of technically missing middle area in the city we have now is in the South Waterfront, it's a good case study. And one of the things that we've asked the administration to do, and they have obliged last year, was to create a website so you can see all of the permits or the developments that are happening in the missing middle kind of South Waterfront. So the desire to see what's new is really good. And I think somebody else mentioned, the lack of our ability to enforce short-term rentals highlights the concern people have for enforcement. It is, there's evidence that we have trouble enforcing these things. So I guess this may be a little bit odd, but given how many permits have been requested this year and last year and continue to be, and our ability to kind of adapt to those is, and given the new design standards, do we have the staff required to handle these new reviews? And same for a question for planning. I don't want to start something without the capacity required to review it, enforce it, and monitor it.
Vice Mayor Smith, I would just say that's one of the reasons that we kept this to the traditional neighborhoods, because there's already the review staff in place. And that's my understanding that and also you all have, given the administration more means to improve things on the software end and more reviewers for, plans, reviews, and inspections and engineering. We've been able to update our permit fees, so we'll be able to hire more staff on that end. So, we will have enough staff to review this. And again, we do anticipate, based on the experience of all the other cities across the country who've done this, that this is not going to be like a crushing, avalanche of new things happening. We think that we'll change and help things, and but that we'll be able to do it within the existing staff.
Okay. And question for you, Ms. Brooks. Or Ms. Ball, whoever would like to answer, but the additional on-street parking may be new to some neighborhoods. Can you talk about safety associated with on-street parking in neighborhoods versus
To whom are you asking the question?
I'll start with Ms. Brooks. On-street parking, we've discussed this a little bit, but some neighborhoods may not be as welcoming or familiar or used to on-street parking that's going to be encouraged by some of this. Is on-street parking safer or less safe for residents? Is there data behind that?
So I can start off and provide an answer from the planning perspective, but I might defer to my colleagues in the Department of Engineering to talk specifically about safety. I'm sure it's very specific to the context that you're referring to. But in terms of from a high-level planning perspective, on-street parking can be very safe. It does provide traffic calming. It slows down traffic on neighborhood streets. because it provides a national buffer to sidewalks where sidewalks are existing. So in our mind, yes, it can be very, very safe, but I would defer to Department of Engineering.
I'll give a more, even more unequivocal answer. On-street parking slows people down, speed kills, and when you have more cars parked on the street, it slows people down, and so there are a lot fewer crashes that cause injury or death. Period. Like there's a lot of studies that show it, and we experience that with our crash data here in Knoxville. So it will be an adjustment to some neighborhoods for sure, but one of the happy adjustments will be fewer injuries and deaths, which is a good outcome.
Thank you. And I guess for Ms. Crockett, design standards, can you discuss, review again how that will be handled for these new developments?
Absolutely. So do you mean design standards for the buildings or for parking?
Building.
Absolutely. So we have, planning has standardized review processes for all development review from the EN zone, DKE, to the overlays like historic and infill overlays. So we'll have a process to review those, including an application form and a checklist for supporting documentation like the site plan and elevation drawings that should be provided. We have a section of design standards related to broader elements such as roof lines, building walls, front facade details, and then elements like orientation to the street, so how the fronts of these buildings relate to the street. And we'll verify all these through the site plan and elevation review process. And I'll say currently our practice is on the back end when these drawings are submitted as construction drawings to permitting, planning staff also reviews the construction drawings that are submitted that the inspectors then go out and inspect.
Thank you. And unlike short-term rentals, we catch these things on the front end, right? We're able to catch these during the permitting process.
As much as we can.
Okay.
These require construction. So I'm not sure who was next. Councilmember Roberto? Then we'll go to Ryder.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, addressing the housing crisis means increasing the supply of housing. We've had a lot of discussions here at council about that demand is way outside of what supply is. And so what I think what is being attempted here is to increase supply. Just kind of a review of some of the things we've heard already tonight. The TDR, which is where this is located, is appropriate for this proposal because of the infrastructure that exists there. The plan doesn't work in areas without existing infrastructure. And we talked about what that infrastructure is. We've seen an incremental change that has occurred in other communities that have adopted this, not a significant rush to develop. When they were reviewing the data they saw, they were seeing more infill on vacant lots. They're not seeing an increase in demolitions. I was very glad to hear the discussion just a moment ago about expanded ownership options because, we shouldn't be disparaging any type of housing because we need a diversity of housing to solve the housing crisis. So we wouldn't want anyone to come and talk about one type of housing or another and say one is bad, one is good. We need all of them to solve this. In that same light, we wouldn't want to talk, we also want to make sure there are opportunities for ownership because for most folks, I know for myself, as an example, my single biggest investment is my house. And I'm sure most people, that there's a lot of that's out there. If we don't have opportunities for ownership, then what we're going to do is start seeing folks slip further back with wealth cap. And so we've got to have those ownership opportunities. So I do see that as a good thing, and I was glad to hear that discussion. The proposal by itself is not going to solve the housing crisis, and no one's really argued that, which is good, because it won't happen. There's been a lot of time and resources put into this ordinance change, and I think it's a step towards increasing diversity of housing options and the additional units, the additional supply that we need when I started talking about this. but we need a multifaceted approach, which we heard from some of the speakers, and I know we've heard about that here at council as well in our many discussions. And there's a lot of recommendations in the Opticos report that talked about that. And so I was glad to hear a lot of discussion from, folks in the audience as well as council at different times in our workshops and otherwise, that we've got to be doing this and other things. And the one thing that, I think we need to make sure we mention is the mixed use on the corridors. And that's an important piece in what Opticos brought with the missing middle. It's an important piece to what we need to be doing because there's a lot of opportunity along the corridors for increased units, for supply, for building in more walkable communities. And we really need to have a focus on addressing that as well. And addressing that in a big, bold way, I think, not just one thing at a time, but looking at a lot and moving on it. I think there's a lot of interest out there in doing mixed use on the corridor, not only on the corridors, not only from the public, but also from developers and folks that want to start building supply. So this is a step. There's big steps that we also need to be taking, and I hope that we will be seeing a lot of activity and energy and resources put into mixed use along the commercial corridors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas. Press your mic, please. Yeah.
I will just echo what my colleagues said. It won't surprise anybody that I'm a big fan of exploring the potential on the corridors. And to me, that's where the really significant opportunities are to really increase significantly housing. And we can really be a transformational city if we do that and do it right. The whole idea of building housing where the infrastructure is already there. The people who live there will have ready access to businesses, to be customers at businesses. They'll have opportunities for employment right there. And it will lessen some of the less worthy aspects of more density than a neighborhood can tolerate. So we need a balance, but I appreciate my colleagues' comments on that, and I'll be glad to really start focusing on the corridors and what we can do. The other thing is all the blight that's on the corridors is just begging to be taken care of. And having said that, I know it's not going to be easy because it's going to be a bit of a paradigm shift of something new, because RICO just relatively recently has opened up corridors to opportunities for housing. So we want to engage the developers, see what incentives we may need to do to have them to look more closely at the corridors. It's not going to be easy. There's obstacles in the way. Property on the corridors is a lot more expensive in some regards, but if you look, for example, you've heard me talk about Broadway. You drive up Broadway, there's property for sale on Broadway. There is retail that's gone out of business. A lot of it's not coming back. There's these big swaths of parking lots that could be used for housing. So anyway, that's the next step, and I want to see us approach that aggressively and with a real fervor for making the best out of that opportunity. So.
Thank you. Just in response, I want to, for the record, say I totally agree, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for higher density mixed use on the corridors, and we've been promoting some developments already on Magnolia, on Alcoa, on Cumberland, but there's a lot more room to double down on that. So I agree. The middle housing is just one small part of a bigger strategy. Councilmember Thomas. Yeah.
If I could just follow up on that, any comments I made wasn't meant to diminish in any way the progress that the city has made. There has been some development on the corridors. And is, to use your words, now I think is a good time to double down on a process that we've already started. So I just wanted to make sure that I wanted to acknowledge some of the stuff that we've already done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Helsley?
Ditto to the corridors. Thank you all. I'd like to nominate Chapman Highway if we're taking nominations for that. We need it bad. I'm serious. Okay, so as in my former life, it seems like all my colleagues have a microphone, and y'all pretty much covered all my questions, but I would like to double down on tracking, on data tracking. And is there, and I've talked to Cheryl a couple times about this. Excuse me, Ms. Ball. Is there any way we can put this on the city's website so just citizens can look to see in their neighborhood what's happening, or?
Yeah, thanks to our recent contracts with Avero, we're hoping to have more dashboards and visibility for permits and for other types of reviews that are happening, and maps and all that stuff. We I think are going to have much greater capacity to do that kind of thing thanks to these recent investments in software. We've been a little bit behind on that, I think. The Planning Commission has some great maps and KGIS, but just being able to look in particular at your neighborhood and finding out what's happened at a particular property, we'd like to improve that for sure.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. That's all I got.
Councilmember Ryder.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on something that was said earlier, and just kind of in closing, if nothing else comes up. But there was a comment about we've had a cultural shift and more people wanting to live alone than in the past, or we have more single, and there's a lot of data, and we've talked about it in the workshops and stuff, about how more people live alone than they did. Like, for example, my house has 4 people in it, but it was built by a family that had 11 children. So I think a lot of them were in the same bedrooms, but because there aren't that many bedrooms, but it just is significantly different. And I just wanted to cite this, and I know it's hard to visualize without actually looking at it, me reading it aloud, but one of the architects and neighbors in 4th and Gill, when we had a discussion there, did an analysis. So like just looking at one block in 4th and Gill, in 1910, which is kind of like one of the heights of the neighborhood, on that particular block is an analysis from the census data. There were 13 houses on the block, 13 units of dwellings, okay? 67 residents there. So that would be all the people that occupied those houses from the census data. 67 people, 13 houses, 13 units. In 1950, post-World War II, when the neighborhood was kind of at the height of division of houses, renting out rooms, that type of thing. The same 13 houses, because one was lost, was 12 houses, 27 units of dwelling units with 100 residents. So the block went from 67 residents to 100 residents in that 40-year span. People used to, enclose the porches, take a door and make the door the division between one unit and the other, which is not allowed by current modern code. So that's how you get the 27 units. Today, or the 2023 numbers from the most recent census, 29 residents on that same block. So it went from 67 to a high of 100 down to 29 residents, 15 units, so there's still some subdivisions there, and 11 houses. So we used to have 13 houses, now it's just 11. But with 2 less houses, you have just 15 units and 29 residents. So there's just a lot more people living with a lot less people in the housing. And that, I only share that with you to just kind of illustrate where we have changed as a culture, as Americans. We don't want our parents to per se move in with us. We want them to live in the carriage house or the other unit next to us. I know a lot of people, the parents might live in a house near them, but not necessarily in their home. And I used to tease my mom and my dad, because I have a duplex. I was like, well, Mom, Dad, you guys can each live in one side of it. And they actually hated each other. They've been divorced since I was 2.5, and my dad is no longer with us. So it was really fun to razz them that way, that I would put them, that would be their old folks' home, put them side by side together again. Anyway, it's just how we live today. People are in their dwellings. So I thought it was important data to look at. Thanks.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, first reading's done. Hope some of you come back in 2 weeks.
12C is an ordinance to amend the Knoxville City Code Appendix B, Article 7.0.2.a, Summary of Review Authority, Article 7.0.2.g.1, Alternative Compliance Review, Article 7.0.2, Common Approval Procedures, and to correct references to the Metropolitan Planning Commission by changing to Knoxville, Knox County Planning in several sections, City of Knoxville applicant, all districts.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12D is an ordinance to close Layden Drive between the southwest corner of 318 Layden Drive and Layden Drive's eastern terminus, subject to one condition, authorizing the mayor to execute quitclaim deeds to the adjacent property owners, Cherokee Country Club applicant, 2nd District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12E is an ordinance to close Bonnyman Drive between Fort Promise Drive and Reed Street, subject to one condition, and authorizing the mayor to execute quitclaim deeds to the adjacent property owners, Knoxville Community Development Corporation applicant, 6th District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12F is an ordinance to close Reed Street between Bonnyman Drive and West Oldham Avenue, subject to one condition, and authorizing the mayor to execute quitclaim deeds to the adjacent property owners, Knoxville Community Development Corporation applicant, 6th District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12G is an ordinance to close an unnamed alley between the southeast corner of parcel 094BB003 and the western terminus of the alley at the southwest corner of parcel 094BB002, and authorizing the mayor to execute quitclaim deeds to the adjacent property owners, George Rodenbush, applicant, 6th District.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12H is an ordinance approving the request of Erica Alea Munoz for an amendment to the Northwest City Sector Plan from low-density residential neighborhood commercial to low-density residential, leaving all special purpose land use classifications unchanged, for a property located at 2812 Merchant Drive, 5th District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
12I is an ordinance to change the base zoning classification of property located at 2812 Merchant Drive from OP District to AG District, leaving all special purpose and overlay districts unchanged. Erica Alea Munoz, applicant, 5th District.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we have 5 people signed up for public forum. They'll each have up to 5 minutes. First one is Alexis Gibson. Alexis Gibson, are you present? Okay, next person is Vivian Shipe. Ms. Shipe, if you could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Vivian Shipe, 3615 MLK Knoxville, 37914. Good evening. I come before you with a sense of urgency. What I'm asking is doable, for it has been done before. The former administration was bold and caring enough to move when the youth of this city were dying in large numbers that grew too large to no longer be ignored. Space and money was provided for change, for refuge, and for restoration to reduce violent-related deaths. Now we need that same help again for unhoused-related deaths. The cry has risen again, for many have continuously died in the streets of Knoxville, especially in 2023 and already in 2024. But for the caring hearts of many, hundreds would have died in these last 10 days. We still have lost 7 that we know of. And more will be found as the snow melts. More like Miss Linda, found frozen to death on the sidewalk. And Mr. Solomon, found dead in a churchyard yesterday, frozen to death. But it doesn't have to be that way going forward. We ask that you be bold and courageous enough, like our past mayor and councils, to rise up in this right now moment and step into your humanness, away from political party and personal goals. Within the coffers of Knoxville storehouses lie millions of dollars. The interest alone would make a change in the way that our unhoused, mentally ill, and elders are cared for. Please know we do not need another study. I was part of the 10-year plan that was shelved, and I have a copy if you need it. We need you to step up with the same enthusiasm and vigor as if this was another one of your successful projects to attract other people to move to Knoxville. I want you to open our storehouses and pour out funds into the hands of those who are already doing the work. Those people are already willing to open their doors. Give those funds freely, without red tape, without oversight and barriers. We have many buildings standing vacant, buildings that should be given so that the hundreds of the most vulnerable who were revealed in the snow of 24 can have an opportunity to live. For many, this past week was truly a sanctuary. It was the first opportunity in years to sleep with both eyes closed, to sleep on clean linens, to be shown unconditional love, cared for and not judged. Their stories are our stories. Their lives, our lives, there before the grace of God. A few weeks ago, I came before you to ask you to seek and take care of the one. That charge is still the same. You are the shepherds of this city. You took an oath to care for all, the old, the young, the unhoused, the hopeless. We, the people, want more from you. What you do from this moment forward will say volumes about the moral and ethical leadership of Knoxville, Tennessee. There can be no more death by indifference nor NIMBY. We need you to act in a meaningful and effective way. Give the funds and buildings into the hands of those doing the work, and do it now. Do it now, and let the next ribbon cutting you hold in front of a building to be used for good have this name: the Shropshire Solomon Center for Hope and Restoration.
Thank you. Next person signed up to speak is Rick Roach. Mr. Roach.
Rick Roach, Knoxville. Thank you, Vivian. 93 blizzard thing, I worked out in Alcoa, and I went back and forth to work in Alcoa. Up and down, over the road, no problem. We had a City of Knoxville response that handled the situation, and it was rough. I don't normally believe in optics. I really don't. Sometimes it's better just to be present, because that gives people hope, and that makes people feel like somebody really does care. And I put a lot of value on that. I was disappointed, Mayor. I know you had previously scheduled all this and functions and all that, and in your mind it was very important that you be present. But your primary function should have been to be present with the people that you have purview over. That being said, another thing, and I'm going to finish up on what I had spoken to earlier. I've repeatedly kind of given the same message over and over again over the last several years. And that's based on what I personally have experienced and what I've seen other people experience. And you cannot deny the results of what has happened in particular areas of Knoxville because you have got the proof. You have got the proof. You've got the proof. And so it makes me wonder I had a discussion with one of the council members here about what I was referencing and hinting, and they were kind of upset because I was talking about what's in someone's heart. And believe me, I am no saint. I'm an old dog. I've done a lot of stuff. Okay? So it's not about judgment, only in the sense of caring. Okay? Caring. Because I know people out here right now, I didn't know Linda Shropshire, but I knew her. I gave her rides. She would cuss me out. But she was in need. So, like I said, I go up and down Broadway every day, and I see it, and it does have an effect on me. And so I don't have a lot of time for the BS. I don't. It makes me wonder, what is it that I can do? What is it that you all who control resources can do? And so I find community workers, I find police, I find fire department folk stressed out. Right, Chief? A lot of stress? I find fire department people, they can't respond to everything. So when you find people dying from, I don't care what drug she was on. I don't. The fact that she 25 years out here in the elements, 25 years. That's how long I've known about her presence. Okay? And that's a lost soul. And we all are collectively responsible, whether we want to or not. And what I said to Mayor Haslam back then, 10-year plan, I'll say it quickly, and I'll ask the question, biblical scripture, am I my brother and sister's keeper? And y'all need to seriously think hard about answering that question.
Thank you. The next person signed up for public forum is Stephen White. Stephen White, are you present?
No, please.
Okay. Next person is Tom Ruggles. Mr. Ruggles.
And that's another issue.
Tom Ruggles, Knoxville District 2, speaking on behalf of myself this time. I got sort of a list of a few different things, but I'll start with what Rick Roach and Ms. Scheidt brought up about folks who have unfortunately froze to death over the past few days here. At the beginning of our session here today, in the mayor's report, it was mentioned that there were 120 people in the shelters the first night and a bit over 200 in the subsequent nights. And so, you know, it's great that we were able to put together a few warming centers. I believe there were 3, and that we were able to get 200 folks a warm place to sleep for a couple nights. But there are 1,200 unhoused people in Knoxville. And And so clearly the infrastructure is not there to allow beds for all of these folks. The vast majority of these folks are sort of in the Broadway area. These 3 warming centers, they were not near that area, although I do acknowledge the need for them, to be on the east side and the south side and the west side as well. So I hope in the future we will allot some of our copious public safety money towards keeping members of our public safe, particularly those who are the most vulnerable. Let's see, the second thing on my list, I was just looking at some numbers earlier with our affordable housing crisis and was just thinking about, we hear all the time about, the government acting as a business, and we've elected presidents in this country under the idea that good business equals good government. And so I wonder why our government isn't looking into getting into the business of housing. For example, I was looking at how much it costs to build an apartment complex, and it said, about $120 to about $450 a square foot. So if we say it costs about $300 a square foot, you could build 1,000 units for $200 million. And we could own that as a city, as a people. And now I know that sounds like a lot of money. Wow, $200 million. But it is not unprecedented to spend that kind of money here in Knoxville. Right now, actually, we're spending $70 million on the new public safety complex. And that's something that we're not going to get a return on investment on. And so say we build this $200 million, 1,000 unit apartment complex or series of complexes. What would that look like? Over 20 years, we could rent out those as 1-bedroom units at the same price as the ones we mentioned earlier today at $765 a month for 20 years and pay off that entire $200 million. And so, I wonder, maybe it makes sense of us actually getting into the business of building these things rather than subsidizing for-profit companies to build them for us. And that way we could also have this competitive force in the market of, having these 1,000 units that are cheaper. That would force the businesses to sort of lower their rents in order to compete with those. Okay, I still got a minute. With my last minute here, I just wanted to mention the list of cities that have passed a resolution calling for a ceasefire to the genocide going on in Gaza, which this body refused to even second on November 28th. And hopefully, maybe we can reconsider now that we have at least one new face on this body. Those cities are San Francisco, Oakland, Atlanta, Detroit, Akron, Albany, Providence, and as of today, or I think last night, Minneapolis. And so this is a trend happening in many cities in a way that we can show solidarity and our opposition to the genocide and the atrocities that are going on to the Palestinian folks in Gaza. So perhaps this body will reconsider, rehear, and vote that forward in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, council members. That concludes public forum, and without objection, this meeting is adjourned. Does this turn everything off?
You just muted everything.